Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I remember that night so vividly. It still makes my chest tighten and my hands get clammy just thinking about it. It was June 12, 2021, and we were on our way home after having spent the evening at a small gathering with some old friends outside Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. My wife and I had taken our daughter. She was only about 5 at the time, and we were all pretty tired. The drive back had been quiet. My wife was up front with me, just looking out the window, and our daughter was half asleep in the back. We live in a rural area, and most nights it's just us. A few neighbors spaced out along the road, and lots of dark, open fields. Usually, I love how quiet it is out there, especially after a long day. But on that particular night, something felt different. It was around 10:30 or so, definitely past my daughter's bedtime, and we were more than ready to get home. I remember feeling relieved that we had finally made it to our turn. Our street is off a less traveled back road, the kind you might miss if you don't know where you're going. As we slowed down to make the turn, I noticed something odd ahead, maybe 15 or 20 feet into the entrance of our street. At first I thought maybe it was a large dog or a small deer crouched near the ground. My headlights were aimed right down the road, and I could just barely make out a shape, low and hunched, like it was fiddling with something on the pavement or the grass at the edge. We don't get many stray animals there. Mostly we see raccoons, maybe the occasional fox at night, and definitely deer in the fields. But this wasn't shaped like any of those. It looked bigger, a lot bigger. My wife sort of mumbled something to me, asking what it might be. I didn't have an answer. I slowed down even more, bringing the car almost to a crawl. Our headlights lit up the space, and that's when I got a better look. This figure had dark fur or hair, thick, long-looking, and not uniform in color. It was mostly dark brown or black, hard to say in that light, but enough to make it blend with the night. But what startled me was the way it was crouching. It wasn't standing like a deer or sitting like a dog. It was almost squatting, balancing on what looked like powerful legs, and I swear I saw long arms, longer than what would look normal on a human, reaching down to the ground. It looked like it was using its fingers, actual fingers, to pick at something. I know that sounds insane, but that's the impression I got. As soon as the headlights fell directly on it, the thing reacted. It lowered itself even closer to the ground, as if trying to hide. You know how an animal sometimes freezes when caught in a light? But this wasn't just freezing. It was deliberate. It was like it didn't want to be seen, like it understood what the headlights meant. At that point, I was maybe 10 feet away, close enough that the shape of the body started to register in my mind. It was bulky, muscular, with broad shoulders and a head set forward, kind of like a gorilla. The arms looked too long for its body, and they moved in a strange, fluid way. My wife got really tense. I could feel her breathing change. I glanced at my daughter in the rearview mirror. She was still half out of it, not really aware. Thank God for that, because I didn't know how to explain what I was seeing. I didn't want to scare her. I also didn't want to panic my wife, but I could tell she was on edge. We were both shocked. I remember my heart thumping, my mouth going dry, and a part of me thinking, what the hell is that? I kept the car rolling very slowly, hoping maybe it would run off like a normal animal. Instead, it made a strange move. It jerked its head in our direction, and though I couldn't see its eyes clearly, I felt like it was looking right at us. Then it shifted its weight, and before I could even process what was happening, it darted off to the side, cutting across my neighbor's yard. I say darted, but that's not even the right word for it. It moved so fast it was almost a blur. Imagine a gorilla sprinting, but faster, more agile, and completely silent. I didn't hear any heavy footsteps or rustling, just a sudden, fluid movement, and then it was gone. This all happened in a matter of seconds. One moment we were staring at this crouched, strange creature. The next, it was bolting away into the darkness. I think I remember seeing it run on 2 legs at one point, then drop to knuckle walking, and then again to 2 legs, like it couldn't decide which way was more efficient. It crossed that yard so quickly that by the time I turned my head to follow it with my eyes, I could barely see the shape fading into the tree line at the back of the property. I pulled the car forward, more out of a stunned reflex than anything else, and parked in our own driveway, which is just a few houses down. Our neighborhood's not really what you'd consider a subdivision. Houses are spaced out, but close enough that if something was running across a yard, you'd see it. I turned off the engine, and for a few seconds, neither of us said a word. My wife turned to me, and I could see she was both scared and confused. I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I mean, who wants to admit they just saw something that looked like some mythical ape-man creature right in front of their house? What terrified me the most was the way it reacted to the headlights, like it knew exactly what was going on. It tried to hide. Then, when it realized we saw it, it just took off. This wasn't some dumb animal. It was cautious, aware. When I opened my door, I felt this rush of cold night air, and the silence outside seemed so heavy. I was afraid. Not just nervous, afraid. I grabbed my daughter, who was barely awake and didn't know what was going on, and hustled her inside. My wife followed right behind us, constantly looking over her shoulder, checking the darkness. Inside, we locked the doors and turned on a couple of lights. We tried to act normal for our daughter's sake, but my wife and I were exchanging looks every few seconds. I felt like I should do something, look out the windows, check the yard, but I was too afraid. My rational mind was trying to piece it together. Could it have been a bear with mange or something weird like that? A very large dog? But nothing fit the image I had in my head. A bear doesn't crouch like that. Doesn't have arms that move the way I saw, doesn't try to hide from headlights by pressing itself closer to the ground like a person trying not to be seen. I thought about calling someone. But who do you call for something like this? The police. "Hello, officer. I just saw a giant hairy creature on my street that looked like a cross between a gorilla and a man. They'd think I was drunk or messing around. And we had to think about our daughter. We got her into bed and tried to keep calm. I remember standing in the living room, lights off, just peering through a small crack in the curtain at the front window, looking out into the night. There was nothing out there, just the quiet street, our neighbor's yard, a few trees swaying in the breeze. You'd never guess something like that had been there minutes before. My wife came up behind me and whispered if I saw it clearly. I nodded. I felt this strange relief that she saw it too. At least I wasn't going crazy. At the same time, it made it more terrifying that she had seen it, because it confirmed this was real. I wasn't hallucinating. We both saw something that neither of us can explain. We spent the next hour or so just sitting quietly, lights low, listening for any sound outside. I didn't hear anything unusual. No branches snapping, no footsteps, no strange calls or howls. Just that heavy silence you get in a rural area at night. Normally it's comforting, but that night it felt like a blanket over something sinister. We were both too wired to sleep. Eventually, we went through all the usual suspects. Maybe a big black bear crouching oddly, maybe a neighbor's large animal escaped, maybe some prankster in a costume. But who the hell would do that in the middle of nowhere on a random night? None of these explanations sat right with us. The proportions of this thing were all off. Its arms were too long, legs too powerful, and it moved unlike any animal I've seen. I've visited zoos, watched documentaries on primates, bears, you name it. Nothing moves like what we saw. And that hair, it was thick, not scruffy like a mangy animal, more like a dense, well-maintained coat. If it was some animal known around here, we'd have heard rumors, right? People talk about sightings of strange wildlife. But this was something else entirely. Part of me still didn't want to believe the stories I'd heard over the years, those hushed mentions of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I always rolled my eyes at that stuff. I'm a pretty grounded person. I don't go looking for the paranormal, but seeing something like that outside your home changes you. It shakes your sense of what's possible. I started thinking back to the exact way it moved, the quick, silent sprint across that yard, the way it avoided the light, the way it seemed to be using its hands. It makes me shiver even now. We stayed up most of that night, each of us taking turns peeking out different windows, expecting to see something large and hairy lurking behind a tree. But nothing happened. It was like it vanished into thin air. The next morning, I went outside to check the spot where we first saw it. The pavement and the grass didn't look disturbed. No tracks, no scat, nothing that would confirm what we'd seen. My neighbor's yard looked normal, just the usual lawn, a few bushes. I did notice a spot near the road where the grass was flattened, but that could have been anything. I felt ridiculous standing there in broad daylight, looking for footprints like some amateur detective. We talked about telling someone, maybe just a few close friends, but we decided to keep it to ourselves. We knew how it would sound. We saw a Bigfoot right down our road last night. People would laugh or say we were tired or making it up, but we weren't tired enough to hallucinate that. My wife and I had never been more awake in our lives than in that moment we saw it. We tried to go on with our daily routines, but the memory stuck. For weeks after, every time I pulled into our street at night, my heart rate would pick up. I'd scan the roadside with my headlights, half expecting to see it again. Nothing ever showed up. It was like it was a one-time event, or maybe it was just passing through. That's another thing that scares me. The idea that these things might just wander around at night, popping up in people's yards, rummaging through the ground, and then disappearing. How many others have seen something like this and kept quiet? To this day, I don't have a logical explanation. I've done some reading online, looking at other people's encounters. Some stories match bits and pieces of what we experienced, but none capture that exact moment, that exact feeling. Everything felt so raw and immediate. No fancy story, no grand encounter with roars and chases, just a glimpse of something that shouldn't exist, right there on a quiet rural street, and then it was gone. I'm not the kind of person who wants to convince anyone of what we saw. Frankly, I don't care if people believe me. I know what I saw. My wife knows what she saw. It's burned into my memory, the crouched figure, the weirdly human-like motion of its arms, the massive shape of it, the way it tried to avoid the headlights, and then the sudden burst of speed into the darkness. That was real, and it still makes me uneasy every time I think about it. I haven't seen anything like it since, and I'm grateful for that, but a part of me will always wonder what it was doing out there. What was it looking for on the ground? Was it searching for food? Inspecting something it found? And why choose that spot, right by our road? We've lived here for a while, and nothing like that had ever happened before. It's like we caught a glimpse of a world we're not supposed to see, something out there that lives in the shadows, perfectly comfortable in the silence of the night, slipping between houses and trees like a ghost. Even now, over 2 years later, I'm left with no answers. Just that memory, as clear as day, and the lingering feeling that sometimes, when we think we're alone out there, we might not be. I still get a chill when I think about it. That night taught me that there are things out there that don't fit neatly into what we know. It came and went so fast, and ever since, I can't help but feel like the darkness outside my home might hold secrets I'd rather not understand. It never came back, at least as far as I know, and I guess I should be thankful for that. But I'll never forget what I saw that night. It happened, it ended, and it stuck with me forever. Story 2. It happened near the end of August 2017, right outside the small town of Pateros, Washington. I still remember how warm the days were and how the sunlight felt comfortable on our skin. We were 4 friends on this trip. Me, my buddy Nate, and 2 others, Marcus and Tom. We'd known each other for ages and had decided to spend a few nights out in a remote area. Just us, nature, and a quiet stretch of river. We didn't have cell reception out there, which we knew going in, and honestly, that was part of the appeal. We wanted to disconnect from our phones, our jobs, and all that day-to-day noise. We set up camp in an area where the river made a gentle bend. The spot wasn't anything fancy, just a makeshift fire pit, a couple of tents, and a small folding picnic table where we kept our food supplies and coolers. There was a jeep parked close by, mine, and the rest of the guys had their tents maybe a few steps away. We had spent the day tubing down the river, playing cards, and throwing a football around in the shallow water. We didn't notice anything unusual while we were doing all that. The area was pretty empty, and the forest around us was quiet except for birds and the distant sound of water rushing downstream. We cooked some simple stuff for dinner, hot dogs, canned chili, that kind of thing, and then spent the early evening just relaxing around the fire. Nothing seemed off. If anything, it felt peaceful in a way I don't often experience. I even remember looking at the tree line as the sun started dipping down and thinking how still everything was. It was almost too quiet at times, but I figured that was just because we were off the beaten path. By the time we decided to turn in, it must have been close to midnight. The fire had died down a bit, and we let it go out naturally. Marcus and Tom climbed into their tent, Nate crawled into his own tent, and I decided I'd sleep in my Jeep. It might sound weird, but sometimes I prefer the back of my vehicle to a tent. It just makes me feel more secure. I left the windows cracked slightly to let in some cool air and locked the doors from the inside before dozing off. Everything felt normal, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. Sometime later, I woke up feeling strange. I didn't know what time it was at first, but I remember reaching for my phone to check and seeing that it was around 3 a.m. The battery was low, but I got enough light from the screen to see that I hadn't slept long. I couldn't say why I woke up, just a weird, unsettled feeling in my stomach. You know how sometimes you just sense something's off before your brain catches up? Then I heard it. A soft, rustling sound, like someone carefully going through something outside. At first, I thought maybe Nate or one of the others had gotten up to grab water or maybe to take a leak. But this noise was different. It sounded deliberate, but also oddly cautious. I froze for a second, straining my ears. My Jeep was maybe 20 feet from our picnic table, where we'd stacked some trash bags on the end. Just small ones from dinner scraps. We were planning to pack them out the next morning. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see out the windshield and the side windows. There was no moon that night, or if there was, it was hidden behind clouds. But I saw something, some shape, dark against dark. It was large, hunched over at the picnic table. I could just make out the silhouette of this thing's back and maybe a shoulder. It was big enough that I immediately thought bear. But there were 2 problems with that. One, I've seen bears before, and the shape looked off. A bear rummaging around usually knocks stuff over and makes more noise. This thing was almost silent, like it knew how to be careful. 2, it was too tall even while bent over. It seemed more like something standing on 2 legs rather than all 4s, though the darkness made it hard to be certain. I leaned forward slowly, trying not to make any noise. The thing reached into one of our garbage bags. I could see a vague movement of its arm, Yes, arm, not a paw. It looked like it had a long forearm. It pulled something out and held it up, maybe sniffing it. I expected to hear plastic rustling or the sound of cans being knocked around, but it was eerily quiet. It was deliberate and gentle in a way. It didn't scatter our stuff like a curious animal would. It seemed to be choosing what to touch and what not to. My heart was pounding so hard, I worried it would hear me. I swallowed and realized my mouth was dry. Every cell in my body was telling me not to move. I was terrified. I remember thinking, "What is that?" over and over in my head. My rational side tried to explain it away. Maybe just a really big black bear standing oddly, maybe a person messing with us. But who the hell would be out there at 3 a.m. silently going through our trash? I slowly reached to roll up the window. I had left it cracked for air, and that suddenly felt like an open invitation. I moved the button as quietly as I could. The window moved up, making a faint mechanical hum. Instantly, the figure froze. It stopped rummaging and turned its head slightly. I couldn't see its face in detail. It was just a dark shape in the darkness, but I could sense that it was looking directly at me now. The feeling of being watched was immediate and intense. I stopped rolling the window halfway, too scared to continue. My mind was screaming at me to lock the doors, but they were already locked. The only comfort I had was the thin sheet of metal and glass separating me from that thing. I didn't move, barely breathed. After maybe 5 seconds, it went back to rummaging, as if deciding I wasn't a threat, or maybe didn't interest it. I took that moment to slowly, very slowly, finish rolling up the window. The quiet click of the lock button followed. I sat back, trembling. I tried to get a better look, but the darkness was so absolute, and my Jeep's interior lights were off. The figure was just a massive shape. It seemed taller than me, and I'm not short. I'm about 6'2". Even hunched, it looked like it could easily stand a head taller than me. Its build was broad, not like a thin-limbed person. It wasn't wearing any reflective clothing or gear. It was just dark. The only hint of an outline was when it moved slightly, and I caught the faintest glimmer of starlight on its shoulders. The smell hit me at some point, something musky, like wet animal fur mixed with a kind of damp earth scent. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was noticeable when the wind shifted. That's when I knew this thing wasn't just a guy in a costume. Animals carry distinct smells, and this was definitely animalistic, but not like a bear's musty odor or a skunk's stink. It was just wild and not familiar, almost like the smell you'd get if you stuck your nose into a pile of old leaves and mulch, but with a strange, sweaty tinge. I considered making a noise to scare it off, but the idea of drawing attention to myself was too terrifying. I didn't want it to know I was there, even though I suspected it already did. It hadn't tried to open the car door or anything like that. If I just stayed silent, maybe it would leave. I sat there, heart pounding, barely breathing, watching it continue to search through our things. It was so careful. It pulled out a plastic bottle, sniffed it, and gently placed it back. It opened one of the trash bags, reached in slowly, and seemed to pick through whatever was inside. Not once did it dump the bag or toss anything around. That's what struck me the most. This calm, almost methodical way it was looking for something, though I can't imagine what. Food scraps, I guess. But why be so careful and quiet? This went on for what felt like forever, but I'm sure it was just a few minutes. Then, without warning, it straightened up slightly. I saw it pause. It turned its head again, scanning the trees or maybe listening to something I couldn't hear. That's when I realized how silent the night had become. No crickets, no wind, just my heartbeat and this thing's soft movements. It stepped away from the table, its silhouette passing between me and the faint outline of the forest. I got the impression of something massive, covered in something dark. It could have been fur, I'm guessing. It walked off on 2 legs. I'm almost certain of that. The way it moved was too balanced to be on all 4s. It took a few steps and just vanished into the darkness beyond the campsite. I stayed there, frozen, for a long time. I didn't dare move or check on the others. Eventually, I must have dozed off again, still in a state of panic, because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of birds. It was morning, the sun was out, and everything looked so normal that I almost thought I'd dreamed the entire thing. I quickly got out of the jeep and checked the picnic table. Nothing was out of place. The trash bags were still tied up neatly. None of our supplies were missing or scattered. It was like nothing had even happened. I went over to Nate's tent and asked if he had heard anything. He just shook his head, still groggy, and said he'd slept straight through. Same for Marcus and Tom. None of them heard a thing. They teased me at first, saying I must have had a nightmare or something. But I knew it wasn't a nightmare. I considered footprints, tracks, anything. The ground was pretty dry and covered in pine needles and small twigs. I didn't see any clear prints. Maybe a slight disturbance where the thing had stood, but I couldn't be sure. It just looked like the ground had been compressed a bit, but not clearly enough to prove anything. The thing that keeps bothering me is how real it felt. I know what I saw. A large figure, definitely not a normal animal, moving with intention. If it were a bear, we would have found trash scattered everywhere. They're not known for being tidy. If it were a person, why the hell would they be out there at 3 a.m., silently sifting through our stuff and leaving no trace? Not to mention the smell and the size. Nobody I know looks like that, moves like that, or disappears that quietly into the forest. I've tried telling myself maybe it was some kind of large, strange bear behavior I'd never seen before, or maybe some local guy living off-grid who just wanted food. But neither explanation sits right with me. Bears don't handle plastic bags gently. A person would have at least left footprints or knocked something over, and the shape was just too enormous. I can't stress that enough. It was huge. Wide shoulders, thick arms, and a height that made it loom over the picnic table. We packed up camp that morning and left earlier than planned. The others just figured I got spooked by some animal, but I was the one who saw it, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been visited by something we weren't supposed to see. I didn't argue with them, though. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I kept scanning the tree line as we drove off, half expecting to catch a glimpse of it watching us from the woods. Of course, I saw nothing. It was as if the night before never happened. To this day, I can't fully explain what I saw. Some people might call it Bigfoot, and I admit the word crossed my mind more than once. I never believed in that kind of thing. I still have trouble believing it. But what else could it have been? The Pacific Northwest is known for these stories, but I always wrote them off as bullshit. Now, I'm not so sure. All I know is that on that one night, in a remote spot near Pateros, I witnessed something I can't neatly categorize. It showed intelligence, stealth, and caution. It left no mess, barely made a sound, and vanished as quietly as it came. The next morning, it was like the world had reset itself, leaving me with only my memory and the deep sense of unease that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. I haven't gone back there since. Whenever I remember that moment, I feel a tightness in my chest. I keep replaying those minutes in my head, trying to spot a logical explanation, trying to reassure myself it was just a weird bear or a strange person. But nothing fits. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and feel that same tension in the darkness, and I wonder if that thing is still out there, roaming around the forests of Washington, searching through campsites like some ghostly guardian of the wild. It's been years, and I've never heard of anyone else experiencing something like that, at least not firsthand. I guess I'll just have to live with not knowing, and that might be the most unsettling part of all. Story 3. Back in mid-2016, I was working as a landscaper in an area near Arden, North Carolina, not too far from the edge of the Pisgah National Forest. That day, I'd been sent out to this large property that bordered a section of dense woodland. The owners had asked me to set up and adjust part of their irrigation system for a new garden layout they'd planned. Nothing too complicated, just your usual drip lines, sprinkler heads, checking for leaks, that kind of thing. The day had started off pretty normal. It was warm, not scorching, but humid enough that I was already sweating through my shirt by mid-morning. There was a slight breeze, and the forest edge looked calm, just a quiet green background to my work. I remember kneeling down in the mulch, fiddling with a small sprinkler head that needed tightening. I could hear birds calling out in the distance and the faint hum of insects. Every now and then, a car would pass on a distant road. It felt like a typical, peaceful day. I wasn't thinking about anything other than getting the job done and maybe grabbing a sandwich later. But at some point, maybe around 11 a.m., maybe a bit earlier, something changed. The normal background noises faded out, like nature's volume knob got turned down. I'm talking about that subtle shift when the forest just seems to go quiet for no apparent reason. It's not something you always notice, but when you do, it hits you weird. It made me pause what I was doing. I looked around, listened carefully, but there was nothing obvious. No big red flags, just a strange hush settling over the area. I shrugged it off and went back to work. I was adjusting a section of the irrigation line that ran closer to the tree line, partially hidden by some large shrubs. To my left, there was this big beech tree. At least I think it was a beech, that greyish bark and broad canopy. It stood out because it was a bit taller than the others around it and had a thick trunk. Anyway, I was crouched down with my back to that tree, messing with the line. That's when I heard it, this loud crash, like wood hitting wood, or a massive branch shaking violently. It wasn't the kind of sound you expect to hear unless someone's actively chopping a tree, or unless there's a big storm. But the day was calm, just a light breeze, no strong wind. I jumped up, startled, and spun around. The beech tree behind me was swaying, which didn't make sense because I didn't feel any gust of wind that strong. It wasn't just gently rocking, it looked like something had grabbed it and shaken it. The leaves were rustling and a few of them drifted down, along with some small twigs. I remember my heart speeding up. Immediately I scanned the area, expecting to see maybe a black bear or a large buck that could have bumped the tree somehow. But there was nothing. The undergrowth was thick, but not so thick that a large animal could hide that close without me noticing. And I didn't see anything moving off into the forest either. It was just empty green and brown shapes, layered under a decent canopy that let in dappled light. I stood there, transfixed. I waited, listening for any sound, footsteps, rustling, the snap of a branch, anything that could explain what just happened. It was dead silent again. The trees slowly stopped swaying and returned to stillness. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a small branch fell and caused a weird sound. Maybe I'd heard something else entirely. But my gut told me that I wasn't making this up. I knew what I saw. That big trunk had been moving, shaking, as if pushed by something with serious strength. I was a bit shaken, but I tried to force myself to continue working. Still, I felt unsettled. I kept glancing over my shoulder, checking my surroundings. Everything looked normal, but that uneasy feeling lingered. There's a type of tension you feel when you know you're not alone, even if you can't see anyone. My skin started crawling, and I kept feeling this strange sensation that I was being watched. I told myself it was probably just nerves. Maybe I'd had too much coffee that morning, or maybe I was just stressed about something else. But no, it felt too real. I don't know how to describe it better than that. It felt like eyes on me, coming from somewhere in that thick forest, locked onto my every movement. I tried to focus on the irrigation work again, but I kept my ears open. After a few minutes of nothing, I started to think maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe a random gust of wind shook that one tree. But then it happened again. Another loud crack, this time from a different tree, maybe 20 feet away from the first one. I spun around quickly and saw another big tree moving, its branches swaying as if something heavy had just given it a hard shove. At that point, I wasn't just unsettled, I was scared. This wasn't normal. Trees don't just get shoved around by nothing. Bears can push smaller trees or break branches, sure, but I would have heard a bear moving around. They're not exactly silent in thick underbrush. Also, a bear would probably not shake a tree in that manner. It would climb it or break something directly. A mountain lion or a bobcat wouldn't do that. And a deer doesn't have the strength to make a mature tree's trunk visibly sway like that. Whatever was causing this was big. Bigger than anything I'd normally expect to find in these woods. I started scanning the lower parts of the forest, looking for dark shapes, fur, anything. I saw nothing. The leaves were thick, the brush dense, but I should have seen movement if there was a large animal. There wasn't even a hint of something running off. It was like the forest had swallowed up whatever made those sounds. I listened carefully, but I couldn't hear snapping branches, heavy breathing, or footsteps on the leaf litter. Just silence, oppressive and heavy. The feeling of being watched intensified. It's hard to explain how I knew, but I'd swear on anything that there were eyes on me from somewhere in that green gloom. I started feeling exposed, like standing there was a bad idea. Every hair on my neck was standing on end. I felt this instinctual kind of fear, like my body telling me I was in danger without needing concrete proof. I considered calling someone. I had my phone in my back pocket, and my truck was parked maybe 100 yards away, closer to the property's driveway. But I kept hesitating. What would I say? Hey, I think trees are being shaken by something I can't see. It sounded ridiculous even to me. Still, the fear was real. I could feel it twisting in my gut. I decided to walk back toward the open lawn area, away from the forest edge. I figured if I put some distance between me and the trees, maybe I'd calm down and figure this out logically. But as I started to move, I realized how quiet my footsteps sounded on the soft mulch. Normally, I wouldn't notice something like that, but now every detail seemed important. As I took a few steps away, I heard another subtle noise behind me, a faint, low grunt or maybe a huff. It was so quiet I might have imagined it, but it stopped me in my tracks. Something was there, something with lungs, something alive and large enough to make a solid noise. I turned around again, half expecting to see a shape emerging. Still nothing. At that point, I got seriously scared. I was done pretending this was nothing. I looked at the beech trees again, noticing that the first one still had a broken twig dangling oddly. I tried to see if there was any sign of a large branch that might have fallen. But no, the ground looked undisturbed, just a blanket of leaves. If something had climbed the tree and jumped off, I should have seen movement, felt vibrations, heard it land. But everything was still. I remember trying to slow my breathing, but my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was echoing in my ears. I began to back up slowly, moving toward the open area of the property. As I did, I scanned every inch of that tree line. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, and that's what was so maddening. I almost wanted to see a bear at that point. At least that would explain things. But there was no explanation, just the silent trees and the lingering taste of fear in my mouth. A part of me wondered if this could be a person messing with me, some hiker or someone trying to scare me. But who would do that? And how would they shake a big tree trunk like that without me seeing them? There was no laughter, no talking, no movement, nothing that hinted at a prank. It felt more primal, something beyond a person playing a joke. I thought about stories I'd heard from people who claimed to have seen strange creatures in the woods, Bigfoot sightings, weird noises, unexplainable footprints. I never really believed those stories before. I figured it was people with overactive imaginations or those who wanted attention. But standing there, I started to understand how they felt. When you experience something that doesn't fit into your normal understanding of what's out there, your mind goes to bizarre places. I tried to push that thought away, thinking I was just letting my fear run wild. But it stuck with me. As I kept backing away, I noticed that the silence seemed to follow me. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just me and that weird tension. When I finally reached an area where the forest was about 30 feet behind me, I stopped and watched, waiting for something else to happen. For a minute or two it was still. I almost convinced myself that it was over, that maybe a large branch had fallen somewhere unseen, or a freak gust of wind had hit just those two trees. But then I remembered how they swayed, like they were being grabbed. Wind would push multiple trees, and I'd feel it on my skin. This was so targeted, and it happened twice, in two different spots. I stood there, trying to decide what to do. Should I go back and finish the job quickly and get out? Should I just bail? The owners weren't home, and I had no one to back me up. Every instinct told me to leave. I'm not a cowardly person by nature. I've worked outdoors for years. I've encountered snakes, got too close to a black bear once, which scared me. But at least I saw it and knew what I was dealing with, and even had some weird run-ins with feral dogs. But this was different. This wasn't just fear of a known animal. This was fear of something I couldn't classify. Something powerful, hidden, and maybe intelligent. I took a step back toward my truck. Immediately I got that prickling feeling on my neck again, like I was being watched closely. That's what made my mind up. I wasn't going to stick around and figure this out. I dropped what I was doing, left the irrigation lines as they were, and headed straight for my truck. I tried not to run. I had this feeling that if I bolted, it might provoke whatever was out there. But I walked fast, keeping my eyes on the woods until I reached the vehicle. The moment I got inside and locked the doors, I felt a slight relief. But I still had that adrenaline pumping, that terror that made my hands shake. I sat there for a minute, scanning the tree line through my windshield, hoping I'd see something that would explain it all. A stray black bear, maybe a large branch still swinging. But there was nothing. I started the engine and pulled away. As I drove off, I felt this overwhelming sense of confusion and fear. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something step out of the woods, but nothing ever did. The rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. Something that knew I was there and wanted me gone. For days after, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I really did just witness a coincidence, a freak gust of wind, a branch breaking somewhere high up that caused a chain reaction in the tree. But it didn't feel like that. The fact that it happened twice, and that I felt so intensely watched, still haunts me. I never told the property owners the full story. I just said I had to leave early due to feeling sick. A few weeks later, I returned with a co-worker to finish the job. Nothing strange happened that day, but I also made sure we stayed farther from the woods and worked quickly. I haven't really talked about this much until now. It's not the kind of thing you bring up casually. Most people would roll their eyes or laugh it off, but the memory is as clear in my mind as any other day in my life. I can still picture the way that beech tree swayed violently, the leaves trembling like they were caught in some invisible giant's grip. I can still feel that heavy silence pressing down on me and that unshakable feeling of being watched by something I couldn't see. I'm not saying I saw a Bigfoot. I'm not even sure what I believe about that sort of thing. But I know this. Something out there had the strength to move those trees without showing itself, and it was aware of me. I can't explain it. I don't have a neat conclusion or a big revelation. It happened, and then it ended, leaving me with nothing but questions and a lingering fear of what might be lurking in those deep, quiet woods. It's been years now, and I still think about that day sometimes. I think about the silence, the sudden crashes, the swaying trees, and that overwhelming sense of being watched. I think about how quickly my normal routine workday turned into something I can't explain. To this day, I haven't heard any stories from other workers or neighbors that match what I experienced, and I haven't gone digging too deep out of fear of what I might find. All I know is that whatever happened out there was real to me. I've never felt that kind of fear again, and I'm not eager to. If it was a Bigfoot or something else, I guess I'll never know. But I'm certain I witnessed something unusual, something that defies easy explanation, and that's enough to keep me up some nights, replaying those few frightening moments in my head. Story 4. Back in the summer of 2018, I was in Washington, not too far from a small place called Kashmir. I'd headed out to the Wenatchee National Forest for a day trip, just to clear my head and maybe spot some wildlife. I wasn't camping overnight, at least that wasn't the original plan, but I had my day pack with some snacks, water, a basic first aid kit, and a cheap binoculars I'd bought on sale. The weather was decent enough, kind of warm but not unbearable, and the trails were pretty dry. It felt like a good day to be out there. I remember feeling excited about being outdoors, away from all the everyday crap I'd been dealing with at the time. I walked most of the morning, starting early so I could get a better chance of seeing deer, or maybe even a black bear from a safe distance. Honestly, that's what I was hoping for, just a glimpse of some wildlife. Nothing strange or too intense, just normal stuff you tell people about. There's something peaceful about looking out over the forest, sitting quietly with the sun on your face, waiting for something to move in the distance. So I followed a narrow trail that led up toward a rocky area overlooking part of the forest. It wasn't like a sheer cliff drop-off, more of a steep, rocky outcrop that gave a decent view of the treetops below. The area was known to have a variety of animals, and I'd read some trip reports about sightings of elk and even some rumored wolves, though I wasn't banking on that. I got myself settled on a slightly elevated spot, close to a sort of natural ledge, and sat down. I took off my pack and rested my back against a boulder. The feeling of the cool rock through my shirt was refreshing. From that vantage point, I could see a long stretch of dense, dark green forest. If I squinted, I thought I might see movement between the trees. Mostly, though, I just saw a bunch of pines swaying a bit in a light breeze. It must have been around mid-afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 p.m., when I first noticed something odd. The forest had been relatively quiet. Some distant bird calls, the rustling of leaves, maybe the occasional chipmunk darting around. Suddenly, I heard these heavy footsteps. At first, I thought it might be another hiker coming along the lower trail, or maybe a deer trotting through the brush. But these steps felt different. They sounded heavy, like someone large walking on 2 feet rather than 4. The rhythm was off. Deer usually have a certain pattern to their movement, lighter and more scattered. This sounded more deliberate, almost like a person trying to move quietly, but still making noise. The crunch of branches and the thud of what I assumed were large feet hitting the ground got my attention immediately. I remember feeling a sudden tension in my body. My shoulders stiffened, and I stopped breathing through my mouth. Instinctively, I tried to be quiet. I kept listening. The steps weren't constant. They'd move a bit, then stop, like whoever or whatever it was might be looking around or waiting. I started to feel a little uneasy, but I told myself it could just be another hiker, maybe someone big or a lost hunter. But we were a few kilometers off the more popular trails, and I hadn't seen a single person all day. That didn't necessarily mean it couldn't be someone else, but it did make me curious and, nervous. Then I heard something that made my hair stand on end. It sounded like the clacking of rocks. At first it was just one or two knocks, like someone hitting two stones together. Then it continued in a pattern. Tap, 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 tap. Pauses, then more tapping. It wasn't random. It had a strange rhythm, like a code or some kind of signal. I'd never heard anything like that out in the woods. I've heard woodpeckers. I've heard branches knocking in the wind. But this was different. It was too controlled. It sounded like a hand holding a rock and striking another rock on purpose. My heart started beating faster. I considered the possibility of a person messing around. But who would be down there, hidden in that thick brush, tapping rocks together and walking so heavily? And why would they do that? It didn't add up. I was at a loss for a logical explanation, and that's when the fear began creeping in. It wasn't panic, not yet, but a deep discomfort, like I was suddenly an intruder in someone else's territory. I inched forward a little, peering over the edge, trying to see through the branches below. The forest floor was a mix of dense ferns, fallen logs, and thick bushes. Visibility was bad. I couldn't see more than maybe 30 feet down into the vegetation, and the direction of the sound was even further away than that. But I listened carefully. The pattern of rock tapping continued, sometimes slower, sometimes a bit faster. It sounded like there was some kind of conversation going on, but only one voice, the sound of stone against stone. I started to imagine that maybe it was an animal behavior I'd never heard of. But what animal uses rocks like that? That's when my mind went to all those weird stories I'd read online, accounts from people who swore they encountered something like a Bigfoot. I'd never given them much thought before. I always assumed that if such a creature existed, someone would have solid proof by now. But in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was dealing with something not quite normal, and it scared the crap out of me. I don't know why I did it, but I reached down and found two stones about the size of my palm. Maybe I was curious, or maybe I wanted to confirm it wasn't just a random forest sound. I tapped them together, trying to mimic the pattern I'd been hearing. I didn't hit them too hard. I was almost afraid to make noise. The sound echoed softly in the still air. I stopped and waited, feeling my heart pound in my chest. I was breathing shallowly, and my hands were a bit sweaty. Within seconds, there was a response. The same tapping sound came back, not identical, but close enough that it felt like whoever, or whatever, was down there understood that I'd tried to communicate. It was like a call and response. I can't tell you how unnerving that was. We were exchanging signals with nothing visible, something hidden in the thick brush below. My mind was racing. This meant intelligence, awareness. Not just a random animal bumping rocks by accident. Something was intentionally answering me. I know how this might sound, but in that moment I was sure I wasn't alone, and it didn't feel like just another person. There was this underlying sensation of being watched, of being studied. The forest felt heavier, quieter, like even the birds shut up. I got this lump in my throat and this intense feeling that I needed to get out of there. The day was wearing on, and I realized that if I stayed there too long and got caught out after dark, I'd be in a much worse situation. I decided to back off slowly. Standing up, I packed my things carefully and kept my eyes on the forest line, where I thought the sounds had come from. As I started moving back toward where I came from, I heard the heavy footsteps again. This time, they seemed to follow me, or at least parallel my path for a short stretch. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear branches snapping and the rustling of leaves. It was like whatever it was wanted me to know it was still there. I tried to stay calm, but my nerves were shot. Every sound made my head snap around. I kept my pace steady, not running, not making too much noise. I just wanted to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. I must have walked for about 20 minutes before the sounds faded. The footsteps grew distant, and the rock tapping stopped entirely. It was as if it never happened. By the time I got back to a more familiar part of the trail, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But I knew I hadn't. I could still feel the adrenaline, the lingering fear. My stomach was in knots. When I finally reached my small makeshift camp area, really just a spot near my car where I'd left a cooler, I sat down on a log and tried to calm down. It was still light out, but the sun was starting its slow descent. The sky had that late afternoon color, and I knew I should head home soon. Before I packed up, I took a moment to think through what I'd experienced. The footsteps, the rock tapping, the responsive pattern when I tried it myself. I couldn't explain it. I'd been in forests before, I'd heard animals, I'd even had some weird experiences now and then, but nothing that felt this deliberate and strange. I considered the possibility of it being a person messing with me, some hermit or a camper who decided to play a prank. But why? And how did they move so heavily? The sound of those steps was deep, like they belonged to something massive. And how would a random person know how to respond with the same pattern of stone tapping? It didn't make sense. Another idea crossed my mind. Maybe a big animal had knocked some rocks together by coincidence, but that would be too perfect, too rhythmic, and the fact it responded right after I tried, that sealed it. No, it was too intentional. Animals don't do that. Bears don't pick up rocks and tap out signals. Deer certainly don't. And I'm not aware of any other common wildlife in the area that would. I guess I could have told myself it was some sort of weird echo or natural sound, but it felt so personal. The moment I tried tapping my stones and got an answer, it was like a conversation. That's the part that still gives me chills. I can't forget that feeling, that moment of realizing I was being answered. Something knew I was there and decided to engage with me, even if just for a second. It wasn't random nature sounds. It felt like a direct, deliberate interaction. Packing up my stuff, I remember my hands were shaking a bit. I didn't want to hang around any longer. I had this uneasy feeling that if I stuck around until dark, something else might happen. And not knowing what I was dealing with was the scariest part. If I could identify an animal or a person, at least I'd know what steps to take. But there was no comfortable explanation. It was just this unsettling, open-ended encounter that felt completely out of place in my otherwise normal day. When I got home, I tried to rationalize it. I even searched online for reports of weird sounds or big footprints in the Wenatchee National Forest area. I found a few anecdotal things, people talking about strange noises, possible Bigfoot sightings, and odd wood knocks. The rock tapping, I discovered later, is actually something people associate with Bigfoot encounters, like a form of communication. Before that day, I would have rolled my eyes at such stories. But after what I experienced, I wasn't laughing. It hit too close to home. I told a couple of close friends about it. They were skeptical, of course. They'd tease me that maybe it was just a weird bird or a bored camper pulling a prank. But they weren't there, and they didn't hear what I heard. They didn't feel that intensity, that creeping feeling that something big and hidden was out there, acknowledging my presence. Even now, years later, I can't explain it. I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. The crazy thing is, everything went back to normal right after I left that area. It wasn't like I saw anything lurking behind a tree on my way out. There was no final showdown or big reveal. The sounds just stopped. The presence vanished. It all ended as abruptly as it started, leaving me with a ton of questions and no real answers, and that's what keeps it stuck in my head. It's not like I can say, oh yeah, I saw this huge hairy creature and it chased me. Nothing so dramatic, but what I heard was enough to shake me up and make me think twice about what might be out there. Even now, I don't have a neat conclusion. I didn't tell any rangers about it because I didn't want to sound like some crazy person. I just kept it to myself, aside from those few friends. But inside, I know what I experienced was something beyond the ordinary. I can't prove it. I have no recordings or photos, just my memory of that day, the sound of those footsteps and those stones clacking, and the eerie response I got when I tried to mimic them. That's all I have. But that's enough for me to know something weird is out there, something that doesn't fit into the neat categories we like to assign to wildlife. I haven't gone back to that exact spot since. I've hiked in other places, but I'm more cautious now. I pay more attention to sounds and patterns, and I don't go alone as often. I don't want a repeat of that feeling of being watched by something I can't see and can't understand. And if it was what I think it might have been, some kind of unknown primate or creature we can't explain, then I'm probably lucky I got away with just a strange sound exchange. Maybe it was just curious. Maybe it was warning me. I have no idea. All I know is that for one long, nerve-wracking afternoon in 2018, a few kilometers outside of Kashmir, Washington, I came face to face, not literally, but close enough, with something I can't forget. And I still don't know what it was. Story 5. I remember it was late October 1997, and I had just finished my shift at the office in Escanaba. It was one of those chilly autumn evenings in the Upper Peninsula, the kind that always got me anxious about driving home after work. I had picked up my 2 kids, my daughter, who was around 7 at the time, and my younger son, who was about 4, earlier that day from their after-school care. They were both strapped in the back seat of my old sedan, probably a bit bored and sleepy. The hour wasn't too late, but the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky in that greyish-blue twilight. The heater was on, and the car smelled like a mix of their school backpacks and the fast food fries I'd let them nibble on. I was driving along the US Highway 2 and 41, heading toward Gladstone, just trying to make it home. I remember how quiet they were, my kids, unusually quiet for kids their age, as if they sensed I was tired and needed some peace. The radio was turned down low, some soft rock station playing a distant tune I can't recall anymore. The woods on both sides of the highway were dark. In the Upper Peninsula, once the daylight starts to fade, everything gets this hushed, foreboding quality, like the trees themselves are holding their breath. I was no stranger to that route. I'd driven it countless times. I knew to keep an eye out for deer, especially in the fall. They tend to dart across the road at the most inconvenient moments. My eyes were scanning the shoulders of the highway, the tree line, the guardrails, just the usual cautious habit. As we neared the boundary of the city limit of Gladstone, something caught my eye. At first, it looked like a person crouching down near the ditch that ran alongside the roadway. It was off to the right side, maybe 20 feet ahead in the beam of my headlights. My immediate thought was that it might be a hunter. Around that time of year, hunters are pretty common, and it's not unusual to see them wearing camouflage gear, kneeling near the brush. But there was something odd here. I remember hitting my brakes gently to slow down. I wasn't slamming on them, just easing off the gas. The figure was too large, or maybe just shaped in a way that felt off. It seemed more bulky than a human dressed for hunting. The proportions were strange, even from a distance. I was getting closer, and I started to realize this didn't look like a man in any gear I'd recognize. There was this distinctive, rough, brownish coat of hair covering the figure. Not a coat like clothing, I mean actual hair or fur. The headlights began to illuminate it more clearly. My daughter in the back asked softly, "Mom, what's that?" Her voice sounded so small and shaky. She saw it too. I remember this surge of adrenaline rushing through me. All I managed to say was, "I don't know," in a low tone, trying not to show panic. My son was sort of half asleep, but he stirred, probably sensing the tension in my voice. For a split second, I considered that maybe this was a really big black bear. We have black bears around, and sometimes they stand on their hind legs. but this figure was crouched, and then, in the next instant, it rose up, straight up, and I got a full look at its height. It was enormous. I'm no expert at guessing heights, but this thing must have been well over 7 feet tall. The headlights only lit it from the chest down, but I could see the top silhouette against the night sky. It stood there for a second, and I caught a glimpse of its body shape. Broad shoulders, long arms, a torso covered in what looked like thick, dark brown hair, and legs that seemed powerful and long. It wasn't standing like a bear. The stance was all wrong. It was more like a human's posture. I felt this spike of fear hit me like an electric shock. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my ears. The kids were both awake now, my daughter leaning forward to see, my son mumbling something I can't remember. I told them, "Sit back," trying to keep my voice steady. Meanwhile, my car was still rolling forward slowly, maybe at a crawl. I was so focused on this creature, this thing, that I almost forgot I was on a public road. There were no other cars around at that moment. Usually, you might see a few headlights in the distance, but that night, right then, we were alone. I got a better look as we got closer, and it started moving before I could pass by. Its movement was smooth, not awkward like a bear standing upright. It took a few steps, just a handful of steps, and crossed the entire width of the highway. The highway there isn't super wide, but it's not narrow either. Yet this creature traversed it in maybe 3 or 4 large strides, not even running, just a kind of graceful but unbelievably fast walk. The way it moved scared me even more. It didn't shuffle or lurch. It had this strange elegance, like it knew exactly where it was going. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I don't know how else to describe it, but it was too smooth and too coordinated to be a bear. And no human that tall with that build could move like that. As it reached the other side of the road, it slipped into the tree line. I remember hitting my brakes harder, almost coming to a stop, my car's headlights pointing straight ahead now, where the creature had disappeared. I saw the branches and shrubs sway slightly as it pushed through. It didn't make much noise that I could hear over the hum of my engine. In a second, it was gone, just gone into that darkness. My daughter asked again, "What was that?" This time she was more urgent. I was shaking. I felt sweat on my palms, and I had that horrible sensation of pins and needles in my face, like my blood had gone cold. All I could say was, "I don't know, I don't know." I think I was trying to maintain my composure for them, but inside I was rattled. I'd grown up in this area, and I know what kind of animals live in these woods. I've seen deer, bears, even a wolf once in a great while. I know the shapes they make in the darkness, the way their eyes reflect headlights, the way their bodies move. Nothing, not a single animal I've encountered, resembled what we saw that evening. This thing walked upright like a person, but it was massive, covered in hair, and moved too gracefully. I couldn't identify it as any known animal, and it definitely wasn't a person wearing some silly costume. Nobody could walk across a highway that effortlessly, that smoothly, without appearing clumsy or slow. My son started crying softly. He picked up on my fear. I think he understood we'd seen something we shouldn't have. I tried to calm them down, saying maybe it was just a strange bear, or maybe a big hunter wearing a heavy fur outfit, though that sounded ridiculous even as I said it. Who would do that? Especially that late in the day near a busy highway, and who could possibly be that tall? I remember just sitting there for a moment, the car idling, my headlights still cutting across the empty road. I half expected to see it re-emerge on the other side, but nothing happened. The trees and underbrush looked ordinary again, just dark shapes in the night. Eventually, I pulled myself together and started driving again, slower than before, looking over my shoulder, checking the rear-view mirror, even though I knew it was long gone. My kids were rattled, asking questions I couldn't answer. I told them we'd talk about it at home. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I was on high alert all the way back. When we finally got home, my heart was still pounding. The kids rushed inside, and I remember just standing in the driveway for a moment, looking into the darkness around our property line. Every shadow, every shape at the edge of the woods behind our house suddenly felt ominous. I lived in the Upper Peninsula my whole life, and I'd never felt unsafe like that before. There's always been something comforting about the quiet forests, the familiar wildlife, the neighbors who aren't too far away. But that night, everything seemed charged with an unknown threat. It felt like I had brushed against something that shouldn't be real. Over the next few hours, I tried to piece it together in my mind. The time of year, late October, hunters were indeed more common, but a hunter wouldn't look like that. A hunter wouldn't be 7+ feet tall, covered in shaggy brown hair, and dash across the road in a few strides. Bears. I've seen bears stand on 2 legs, but their proportions are different, and they don't move like that. Also, a bear's head is distinct, and usually you see its ears, its snout. What I saw was more like a person's shape, but massive and fully covered in hair. Maybe some kind of unclassified primate. That's what crossed my mind, even though I knew how absurd it sounded. There are old stories that float around up here, whispers of large, hairy creatures. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever name you give it. I never believed in that stuff. It always seemed like nonsense or jokes told around a campfire. But now I had witnessed something that I couldn't explain, something that matched those bizarre descriptions. The memory has stuck with me all these years later. It's 1997 when it happened, and now, looking back, I can still feel the same sense of unease and confusion. Every time I drive by that stretch of highway, I slow down a bit. I still scan the tree line, half hoping, half dreading that I'll see it again. I never have, not once in all these years. But that's part of what makes it so unsettling. If it was just some escaped zoo animal, though I never heard of any zoo animal escapes, or a person pulling a prank, I might expect to hear something about it in the local news, or see it again, or someone else would. But as far as I know, nothing like that popped up in the papers. And believe me, I scoured the local reports for a while after that night, checking if anyone else claimed to see something odd on the roads near Gladstone. I did tell a couple of friends about it, but they just gave me that look, like they didn't want to call me a liar, but they couldn't believe me either. One friend suggested I was just tired, maybe saw a deer and my mind played tricks. But I know what deer look like. I know what a tired mind feels like. This was different. My kids remember it too, though as they got older, they talked about it less. I guess they pushed it to the back of their minds, but at the time, they were genuinely scared. They both drew pictures of it the next day, weird childlike sketches of a big hairy figure towering over a highway line, crossing in front of our car. The most haunting part for me was the silence. When it crossed the road, I didn't hear heavy footsteps. I didn't hear growling or anything like that. Just the hum of my car and the faint rustle of leaves when it entered the woods. You'd expect something so large and heavy to make a ton of noise. But no, it moved quietly. And the way it seemed to vanish into the darkness made me feel like we'd stumbled onto something that lives in those woods without ever being detected, slipping away into the night whenever cars pass by. Since then, every October, I can't help but think about it. I remember the angle of the headlights, the texture of the creature's hair, the exact spot on the highway. I know people out there have their own strange encounters they can't explain, and I get it now. Before that night, I would have rolled my eyes at such stories. But now I have one of my own. It's not something I tell casually, because I know how it sounds. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person, and it wasn't just my imagination. I still get chills thinking about its height, its stride, and the way it just stood up as we approached, as if it realized we'd spotted it. It's like it was trying to stay low, maybe eating something or checking something out, and then we came along, and it decided to get out of sight, crossing that road in just a few steps. That was the most shocking part. It covered that distance faster than a man could run, but it didn't even look like it was rushing. It was more like it didn't want to linger in our headlights. After it was gone, I was left with this intense feeling of vulnerability. Here we were, just me and my kids, in a beat-up old car on a quiet stretch of highway, and we had no control over what we just saw. If it had wanted to confront us, we would have been helpless. That's the truth, and that realization still gets me on edge whenever I think about it. As time went on, the feeling faded, but the memory never did. I think about it when I read about mysterious sightings or hear about people who swear they've encountered something similar. I don't jump to conclusions, and I'm not out there trying to convince anyone. But I know one thing. What we saw that night near Gladstone does not fit into the neat little box of known wildlife. It's a piece of my own personal puzzle that will never be solved. All I can do is accept that it happened and move on. Today, it remains an unsolved encounter that my family experienced and never fully understood. It was just that one evening, in October of 1997, on the US Highway 2 and 41, and then it was over. No dramatic aftermath, no follow-up event. It ended as abruptly as it began, and to this day, I still can't explain it. I don't think I ever will. Story 6. I've lived on this property near Stitzer, Wisconsin for a good chunk of my life, and over the years I've gotten used to a certain routine. On June 9th, 2021, it was just after a strong morning rainstorm that I decided to head outside and mow my lawn. The grass was getting a little too tall, and with the soil still soggy, I figured it was now or never. It was a little after noon, if I remember correctly. The rain had passed, and there was a warm, humid feeling in the air, the kind that makes your clothes stick to your skin. I had on an old baseball cap, a pair of worn work boots, and those cheap headphones I always use when I'm outside, so I could tune out the hum of the mower's engine. My property borders a few fields. Most of it is open land, some planted with corn, others just rough grasses and wild growth. At the far corners, I've got a couple of trail cameras set up. I'm not a hardcore hunter or anything, but I do like to see what wildlife passes through. Mostly deer, turkey, the occasional fox. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of a feral cat, or once even a coyote. Nothing too crazy. But that day, as I was making another pass with the mower, something caught my eye off in one of the fields. At first, I thought it was just a dark stump or maybe a patch of brush. But it moved. I can't stress enough that it moved in a way that immediately struck me as odd. I turned off the mower's engine so I could get a better look. The quiet that followed was intense. Water droplets were still falling from leaves, and the sky was overcast, but bright enough to see clearly. I was standing maybe 200 yards from the far corner of one of my fields. Over there, where the land dipped slightly, there was this figure. The shape was dark and sort of blended with the background, but definitely upright. I'm talking bipedal, like a person. But there was nothing on it. No visible clothing, no bright colors. Just a single dark figure standing there. It wasn't standing still like someone taking a rest. It was kind of shifting its weight from side to side, as if it was trying to decide which way to go. I remember feeling this weird chill, and I thought, maybe it's a trespasser, or some neighbor I don't know. But neighbors usually call out, wave, or at least wear normal clothes. This thing had none of that. I felt an odd urge to approach, at least to get a better look. But I also felt a kind of nervous tension I can't really put into words. It's that feeling when something is just off, when your gut tells you not to get too close. But curiosity got the better of me. I walked slowly toward the big woodpile that sits at the edge of my yard. I figured I could get a clearer line of sight from behind it, maybe watch without being too obvious. As I got closer to the woodpile, I kept my eyes locked on the figure. It was still there, standing at the far side of the field. The grass between us was wet and glistening, and I could see my own reflection in the puddles as I moved. I tried to be quiet, but every step on the damp ground made a soft squishing sound. The figure seemed to notice me, or at least it responded to something. It started to move, walking quickly and smoothly across the uneven terrain. This field wasn't easy to walk on. After heavy rain, the soil there turns tricky, almost marshy in some spots, and it's hard for a person to move fast without stumbling or getting stuck. But this thing covered ground like it didn't even matter. Its gait was confident, steady, and surprisingly rapid. I was too far away to see details like facial features or hands, but I could tell it was tall, much taller than I am, and I'm about 6 feet. It had long arms and a powerful frame. At least that's the impression I got. It was definitely not some skinny teenager messing around. This looked like a large, heavy figure, but not bulky in a clumsy way, more like lean muscle. I know this sounds dramatic, but that's what I remember thinking at the time. I cursed myself for not having my binoculars. I usually keep them in the shed nearby, but of course they weren't where I needed them. My phone was inside the house charging. Stupid me. I was out there totally unprepared. I even considered yelling, but something about the situation made me keep quiet. Like I didn't want it to know I was watching, even though I was pretty sure it already sensed me. It's hard to explain the tension I felt. The air seemed heavier, and my heart was beating in my ears. I stayed low behind the woodpile, peering through a gap between stacked logs to get a better look. The figure moved along the edge of the field in a direction where I knew I had a trail camera set up. I thought maybe I'd catch it on the camera if it passed through. But then I noticed something really bizarre. It was deliberately staying out of the camera's line of sight. I know where my cameras are placed, at angles to catch deer or other animals crossing. This thing moved in a way that avoided the usual wildlife paths, like it knew exactly where not to go. That, more than anything, really freaked me out. I kept thinking, what the hell am I looking at? Maybe some really tall hunter in a ghillie suit. But no, I saw no gear, no clothing patterns, no reflective surfaces, just a dark, almost black or deep brown silhouette. The color reminded me of wet bark, that dark, damp look. Its stride was long, covering distances quickly. The grass there was at least knee-high on a human, and this creature moved through it without any trouble, without slowing down. When it finally disappeared among the taller growth at the edge of the field, I felt this weird rush of adrenaline let go, like I'd been holding my breath. My hands were shaky. The hair on my arms stood up. I remember wiping sweat off my forehead and realizing how hot and sticky the air had become. The sky was still that bright, flat gray, and there was this eerie silence except for the distant dripping of water off leaves. I waited there, staring at the spot where it had vanished, hoping it would show itself again. I must have stood there for several minutes, just scanning back and forth, expecting to see movement. But there was nothing. Eventually, I walked back to the mower, feeling sort of dazed. I mean, who do you even tell about something like this? I wasn't going to call the cops. What would I say? I saw a big hairy figure running around my field. They'd think I was joking or out of my mind. I stood there, leaning against the mower's handle, just trying to process what I'd seen. It wasn't a bear. Bears don't move like that on 2 legs, and I know what a bear looks like when it stands up. Plus, we don't get a lot of bears around here, and certainly not ones that tall moving like that. It didn't look like a person playing a prank either. That field is tough going after the rain, and anyone running that fast would slip and make a lot more noise. I walked to the edge of the field where I'd seen it, just to check the ground. The mud was soft, and I hoped maybe I could see footprints or some sign of disturbance. But I found nothing clear. Maybe a few places where the grass was bent, but nothing that looked like a proper footprint. The rain and the soft soil might have just soaked up any detail. The smell of wet earth was all around, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting something to jump out at me. My heart was still pounding. I ended up finishing my mowing, but it didn't feel right. I was on edge the entire time, scanning the tree line, checking behind me every couple of passes. I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching. But nothing else happened that day. After I finished, I went inside, cleaned up, and just sat there in my living room replaying everything in my head. I knew I had to tell someone, but I didn't know who. My wife was out of town visiting relatives, and I was hesitant to mention it to her over the phone. She'd probably worry or think I'd lost it. I ended up just sitting there feeling uneasy and totally unsettled. Over the next couple of days, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a really large person. Maybe I was mistaken about the height or the way it moved. Maybe I was seeing shadows or just caught off guard. But I couldn't shake the memory of how easily it navigated that rough terrain. That stuck with me. It just wasn't normal. A few days later, this is the only time I'll mention something outside that one day, but it's important. I decided to try something. I took my son, he's in his early 20s, fit and a good runner, out to that same spot. I told him I wanted to see how a normal person would look crossing that field. He probably thought I was being weird, but he went along with it. He ran across the same area, and I stood back roughly where I was before. Watching him struggle with the mud and the uneven ground just confirmed it. The figure I saw was bigger, faster, and more sure-footed than any regular person. I guess I could call it a Bigfoot, but I hate using that word because it sounds so ridiculous. I've never been the type to believe in that sort of stuff. I've heard stories here and there, but mostly dismissed them as nonsense. Now I'm not so sure. I can't explain what I saw. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person in a suit, and I know wildlife well enough to be confident this was something unusual. Something that knew how to avoid my cameras and knew how to move through that environment without a sound. That day, June 9th, 2021, still gives me chills when I think about it. The image is burned into my mind, a tall, dark figure, upright, moving across my field like it owned the place. The way it vanished into the tall grass was so sudden and final. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I never got another glimpse of it, and nothing strange turned up on the trail cams later. It's like it appeared just for that moment, to taunt me or test my nerves, and then slipped back into wherever it came from. I've gone through every logical explanation I can think of. A large trespasser, some bizarre prankster, but the size and the speed don't line up, and how it deliberately avoided the cameras still bothers me. Deer or bears don't know where my cameras are. A person might, but this didn't look or move like any person I've ever seen. And who would do that in the middle of the day, right after a heavy rain, risking getting stuck waist-deep in mud for a prank that I might not even see? I haven't spoken to many people about it, mostly because I don't want to be laughed at. But I feel like I need to get it off my chest. Even now, thinking back on it makes me uneasy. There was no big confrontation, no Hollywood moment where I got a close-up look. It was just a strange encounter that left me feeling on edge and confused. That's what makes it even creepier. There's no satisfying explanation, no neat conclusion. It just happened, and then life went on as usual, except now I'm a lot more cautious when I'm outside. I still keep an eye on the far corners of my property whenever I'm out there. I pay attention to the way the wind blows through the grass and the sounds of distant wildlife. I wonder if I'll ever see it again. Part of me hopes I do, to confirm I'm not crazy. But another part of me hopes I never do, because I'm pretty sure it would scare the hell out of me all over again. Since that day, I've learned to trust my instincts a bit more. When something feels off, it probably is. And that afternoon, something was definitely off. I haven't mentioned this to too many people, and I might never find an explanation. But I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. That's enough to keep me up some nights, staring at the ceiling, wondering what's really out there, just beyond the fields, waiting in the tall grass. It's the kind of thing that shakes up your understanding of what's normal and what's possible. After all these months, I still can't say for sure what it was, but I know one thing. It changed how I look at my own backyard. It changed how safe I feel out there, even in broad daylight. And that's something I'm still coming to terms with. Story 7. I remember it was late evening on July 26, 2021. My wife and I had decided to do some night fishing at the Crane's Nest River, not too far from Clinchco, Virginia. We'd been to that spot a handful of times before, usually without any trouble. The place is known for being pretty calm, even after sunset, and we liked the quiet. It's not exactly famous or anything, just a spot we had grown fond of. The area is surrounded by dense trees, rolling hills, and that particular night, the air was oddly still. It was one of those evenings where the sky was clear, the moon wasn't fully out, but there was enough light to see the silvery reflection on the river's surface, and the sound of cicadas was a constant hum. For me, it felt like a good opportunity to catch something worthwhile, and maybe bring back a couple of decent fish. My wife wasn't feeling great that day, though. She'd been complaining about a headache since before we even got out there. Nothing serious, just a nagging pain she couldn't shake. By the time we anchored the small boat and got our lines in the water, she decided to lean back and rest. She dozed off, or at least got close to it, while I sat there quietly, hoping not to disturb her. I remember thinking that we'd stay maybe an hour or so, and if she didn't feel better, we'd head back early. I had no idea what the night had in store. I guess it must have been around 10 p.m. when I first heard it. There was a heavy, steady crunching sound coming from the tree line, maybe a few dozen yards away on the shore. At first, I shrugged it off. This region is full of wildlife, bears, deer, raccoons, you name it. I'd grown up around here and knew the sounds of animals moving through brush, snapping twigs, rustling leaves. But this sounded heavier, like something bigger than a deer or a raccoon. Honestly, at that point, a black bear was my first guess. We've got those around here, and while they're not super common right along the river's edge at that hour, it wouldn't be unheard of. I tried to ignore it at first, kept my eyes on the line, occasionally glancing at my wife's resting figure to ensure she was okay. But then I noticed a pattern. It wasn't just random rustling. It sounded like distinct steps, as if something was walking back and forth. I thought maybe it was just me getting nervous for no reason, so I stayed quiet, just listening. The noise would pause and then pick up again. Maybe it was pacing or circling. The idea made me uneasy, and I could feel my heartbeat speeding up a bit. I wasn't going to wake my wife yet. She really needed that rest. I just kept one hand on my flashlight and the other near the fishing rod. After a few minutes of this pacing sound, I heard something that made my skin crawl. It sounded like a loud crack, like wood hitting wood. I turned my head sharply toward the tree line, peering into the darkness. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, but not enough for me to see anything clearly. I heard it again, a deep, resonant knock, as if a large branch was being slammed against a tree trunk. I've heard woodpeckers. I've heard trees creak in the wind, and I've even heard branches snap under the weight of a passing animal. But this was different. This wasn't a random sound. It was too deliberate, too forceful. I remember feeling a rush of anxiety. It's not like I believed in Bigfoot or anything like that at the time, but I'd heard stories over the years, people talking about strange wood knocks, weird noises, and unsettling encounters in these mountains. I always thought they were either exaggerations or complete nonsense. But that night, hearing those heavy knocks, I started to feel like something was off. Why would a bear do that? Deer certainly don't. It didn't match anything I knew from local wildlife. My wife stirred a bit, wincing and holding her head. I whispered that everything was fine, just a few odd noises in the woods. She mumbled something about how the headache was easing a little, and I decided not to mention what I was hearing. No point in making her anxious. Maybe it would stop, I told myself. Maybe some branch was caught in a weird position and the wind was swinging it into a trunk. But there was no wind that night. The air felt dead, almost too still. The humidity was thick, and the sweat on my forehead wasn't just from the heat. I kept listening, and after a brief silence I heard another knock, this time a bit farther away, as if something deeper in the woods replied. It felt like some kind of pattern. One knock near us, then, after a few seconds, another one at a distance. This freaked me out. It was like they were communicating. At that point, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I gently nudged my wife and told her I wasn't comfortable staying much longer. I didn't say why, just said we should think about heading back soon. She looked at me with half-lidded eyes and nodded, probably thinking I just wasn't catching anything and got bored. Before we could do anything, though, there was a sudden loud splash not far from our boat. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My wife sat up straight, alarmed, asking what the hell that was. I shined my flashlight on the water, but saw nothing but ripples. Something big had just hit the water. A rock, maybe a large branch. Whatever it wasn't small. It sent up a spray that I could see glistening in the faint light. We were in a pretty calm section of the river, so it wasn't just a fish jumping. The sound it made was more like a heavy object being tossed. The idea of something, or someone, throwing things at us from the darkness made my stomach twist. I felt the urge to get the hell out of there as fast as possible. I told my wife we needed to go right now. She didn't argue. I started reeling in my line, hands shaking. I fumbled with the anchor, trying to pull it up quietly, but I was rattled, and the chain clanked louder than I wanted. The whole time, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees. I was grateful that we hadn't tied off on a branch near shore, because I wouldn't have wanted to get anywhere near that bank to untie. Every second felt tense, like we were being watched. My wife asked again what was going on, and I finally said I thought something big was out there, maybe a bear, and that it was acting strange. I left out the wood knocks. I didn't want to sound crazy. As we started moving away, slowly drifting downstream while I got the motor going, I heard more knocks. They were fainter now, but still there. A pattern of clacks that didn't sound random. My wife heard them too this time, and I could sense her fear when she grabbed my arm. I tried to stay calm, focusing on getting us back. The quiet hum of our small motor felt like a lifesaver, even though it wasn't very fast. I remember glancing at the shoreline one last time, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam caught something at the edge of the trees. I can't say for sure what it was. It looked like a large, tall shape, darker than the darkness around it. It might have been a stump or a bush, but for a split second, I could have sworn it shifted. I'm not going to claim I saw a face or anything like that, but I saw movement where there shouldn't have been any. I quickly turned away and pretended I hadn't seen it, my heart hammering in my chest. We motored downstream in silence, just the two of us, and that quiet engine pushing us away from whatever the hell was on that shore. After a minute or two, I noticed that the knocking had stopped. No more splashes, just the normal sounds of the night, crickets, frogs, and that gentle hum of the motor. My wife asked me if I thought someone was messing with us. I said I didn't know. Deep down, I doubted it. Who'd hide out there in the dark, in the middle of nowhere, just to knock on trees and throw stuff in the water at midnight? It didn't make sense. We got back to the spot where we usually dock. The relief I felt when my feet touched solid ground was intense. I was still on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder as we packed up the car. The whole ride home, neither of us said much. My wife kept pressing me about what I thought it was, and I just kept saying, I don't know. I really didn't. And that's the part that still bugs me. I've been in the woods plenty of times, seen bears, deer, even heard a bobcat scream once, which was terrifying in its own right. But nothing I've ever encountered matched that bizarre knocking and the feeling that something was keeping tabs on us. I mentioned earlier this wasn't our first weird experience there. A month or so before, we'd been out on the same stretch of river, and we heard odd noises too, but not as intense. That time, it was distant knocks and some odd rustling that we wrote off as a deer or something harmless. We barely talked about it afterward, but this second time, on July 26th, it was too direct, too close. The splashing object was aimed right at us. I'm sure of it. It felt like a warning, like something wanted us out of there. I've heard stories online about people encountering strange creatures, and some of them talk about tree knocking as a sign of Bigfoot. I never gave it much thought before, but I'm telling you, I can't shake the feeling that what we experienced was not just a normal animal. Bears don't typically knock on wood and communicate with distant knocks. They don't pick up big chunks of wood or stones and toss them with enough force to make a loud splash like that. And that presence I felt, the sense of being watched by something tall and powerful, it just sticks with me. I'm not saying I saw a Bigfoot or whatever people call it. I never got a clear look at anything beyond a vague shape. But what I can say is that I've been out there for years, fishing and camping, and I've never encountered anything like this. My wife, who always rolled her eyes at strange animal stories, is now just as unsettled as I am. We've decided not to go back to that particular spot at night. I'm not sure I want to go back there at all, to be honest. The whole thing has me rattled. It's been a while since that night, and I still think about it. I remember the exact sound of that knocking, the splash of that thrown object, and the oppressive silence that followed. I remember my wife's confused, scared voice asking me what was happening, and me not having a good answer. I remember feeling out of place in a setting I knew so well, as if we'd trespassed somewhere we weren't welcome. That feeling of trespass, of being intruders, is something I can't shake. It was as if the woods came alive with something beyond my understanding. Since then, I've done some reading, seen other people's accounts of strange knocks in the woods, objects thrown near them, and feelings of being watched. Some people swear it's a creature that's rarely seen but often heard. Others say it's just local pranksters, some kind of trick to spook people. But that night, I just can't imagine who'd be out there doing that. There were no boats around, no flashlights on shore, no signs of human activity. Just that relentless knocking, the distant reply, and that heavy object crashing into the water like a warning shot. It all ended as suddenly as it began. One moment we were hearing knocks and splashes. The next we were heading away, and the sound stopped. By the time we reached the car, it was as if the world was normal again. We drove home in silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to piece together what we'd experienced. To this day, we haven't come up with a satisfying explanation. We didn't report it to anyone. Who would we report it to? Hey, we heard some weird knocks and got a rock tossed at us by something we couldn't see. I doubt anyone would take that seriously. I'm sharing this because I still feel the need to get it off my chest, to see if maybe someone else has gone through something similar. That night changed how I view the woods around here. I'm more cautious, more aware that there might be things out there that I can't neatly classify. It still sends a chill down my spine when I think about it. Every now and then, when I'm out on my porch late at night, I find myself listening carefully to the distant sounds. The normal wildlife noises don't bother me anymore. They sound reassuring, actually. What bothers me is the memory of those unnatural, deliberate knocks and that heavy splash in the otherwise calm water. It's like a moment that tore a small hole in my understanding of what's out there. I'm not sure I'll ever forget it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. It taught me a kind of respect, maybe even fear, for the unknown that I never had before. After that night on the Crane's Nest River, I know there are things out there that can't easily be explained. Story 8. I remember that day in the fall of 2019 like it was yesterday. I was in the passenger seat of my brother's old sedan, and we were heading west on Route 224, not far from Odessa, New York. The car's speedometer hovered around 100 km/h, and everything felt pretty normal at first. The late afternoon sun was just giving way to early evening. I recall the sky was a mix of faint orange and that kind of pale blue that fades into evening. We'd been driving for a while, coming back from a visit to a friend's place outside the area. Nothing special was happening, no weird vibes or anything. We were just tired and focused on the road ahead. The route itself was mostly quiet at that time of day. This stretch of road isn't exactly the busiest highway in the region. It's one of those places where you can look out the window and just see fields, maybe some sparse trees, and the occasional farmhouse or small cluster of buildings. You don't really expect anything too bizarre on a road like that, especially not at that speed with all the conditions pretty normal. So, my brother was driving, and I was half looking at my phone, half looking at the road. After a few minutes of just silently watching the scenery blur by, I noticed some bright flashing lights coming from the opposite direction. It didn't take long to realize these were fire trucks, 3 of them, one after the other. They were from the Odessa Montour Fire Department, and they had their sirens going full blast, lights flashing so brightly they cut through the dimming daylight and made everything on that side of the road glare like a weird strobe. As they got closer, we both leaned forward in our seats, curious about what emergency might have called out 3 fire trucks like that. You don't see that many at once very often, unless something big is happening. It was the kind of thing that makes you think maybe there's a serious accident ahead or a house fire somewhere nearby. I remember my brother making a quiet comment like, "That's a lot of trucks," and I nodded. We both slowed down a touch, not wanting to do anything stupid around emergency vehicles. And then it happened. It's hard to put into words how strange this was. Just as the fire trucks were coming up on the opposite side of the road, their lights fully illuminating everything in front of them, something darted out across our lane. I caught it in the combined beams of our headlights and the bright flashing lights from the trucks. It was a dark shape, tall, moving so fast it felt almost like a blur. At first, I honestly thought it might be a child, some kid who'd gotten spooked by the sirens and ran onto the road. But then it took only a split second to realize that made no sense. The figure's height was all wrong. If I had to guess, it was maybe 2 meters tall, possibly a bit more. Definitely not a child. It was leaning forward as it ran, and the way it moved was just off. It had this hunched posture, and its arms were swinging in a way that didn't look natural, kind of long, with elbows bent at odd angles, moving faster than you'd expect from a human running on a road. And the speed. God, it was so fast. It crossed the road in what felt like a single fluid motion. One moment it was on the shoulder at the right side of our car, and the next it was disappearing into the darkness on the other side. My brother slammed on the brakes, not hard enough to skid, but enough that we both lurched forward in our seats. The seatbelt cut into my chest, and I remember gasping out loud. The fire trucks whooshed by in the opposite lane, their sirens still blaring, none of them slowing down. They must have seen it too, I kept thinking. How could they not? The creature was right there, in the full glare of their lights for at least a fraction of a second, but they didn't stop, didn't even seem to hesitate. I turned my head quickly to try and follow where it went. Beyond the edge of the road, there were just some trees and a bit of uneven terrain, like a small ditch, and then some shrubs leading into more wooded areas. The thing just vanished into that darkness, and I mean vanished. We were only a few seconds behind it, maybe less really, but when we reached the spot and slowed almost to a crawl, we saw nothing. There wasn't even any rustling or movement in the brush that we could make out. All I could hear was my own breathing and my brother muttering under his breath. I could see the tension in his shoulders as he leaned over the wheel, eyes scanning the roadside. I remember feeling my heart pounding in my ears. My mouth was dry, and I had that weird taste, almost metallic, that you get when you're suddenly hit by adrenaline. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer or a large animal that, in the confusion of lights and sirens, ended up crossing at a strange angle. But I knew in my gut that wasn't right. The shape was too upright, too human-like, despite its weird posture. It was tall and slim but muscular, like something built for speed and strength. The arms, those arms swinging, keep coming back to me even now. They didn't swing the way a person's arms do when running. It was more exaggerated, almost like the thing didn't have full control or was running in a state of panic or aggression. We didn't see a face. It was too dark, and it happened too quickly. Just a silhouette, a tall, dark figure sprinting across the road right in front of us. I remember the feeling of being watched, too, even though that might just be my imagination. It felt like in those fractions of a second it acknowledged our presence somehow. But it never slowed, never glanced back. It just bolted. We must have sat there on the side of Route 224 for at least a minute or two, the car's hazard lights on, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My brother kept saying, "What the hell was that?" over and over. I had no answers. The adrenaline was still racing through me, making it hard to think straight. Eventually, we started moving again, slowly, looking out the windows into the dark. The fire trucks were long gone, and their sirens were fading in the distance. The road was quiet again, and that contrast made everything feel surreal, as if we'd just stepped out of normal reality for a moment and encountered something that didn't belong. We decided not to linger. It was getting late, and standing around on the side of a road in near darkness, in a pretty isolated area, didn't feel smart or safe. The rest of the drive was tense and quiet. My brother and I didn't talk much after that. When we finally reached our destination, we barely knew what to say to each other about it. We just knew that we'd seen something impossible to explain, a large, dark, human-like figure sprinting at insane speed right across the path of emergency vehicles and our car, as if it didn't give a damn about being seen. The next morning, though, curiosity got the best of us. We had stayed overnight in the area, visiting family, as I recall, and we decided to go back during daylight to see if there were any footprints or disturbed patches of earth where it might have crossed. It felt weird to retrace our steps, but I needed some kind of closure. Maybe we'd find some sign of a known animal's tracks, or broken branches, or at least something that would suggest a normal explanation. So we drove back along Route 224 and parked where we thought we had seen it. We searched the roadside carefully. The area was pretty normal, just some gravel, a small ditch, and then grassy ground leading to a line of trees. The ground wasn't too hard or too soft. If it had rained recently, maybe it would have left footprints. But as far as we could tell, there was nothing. No footprints, no unusual marks, no fur snagged on branches. Nothing that would prove something large and heavy crossed that spot in a hurry the night before. We spent a good half-hour combing that area. I even walked a bit into the trees, calling out softly to see if maybe something would stir. It was dead quiet. Not even birds seemed interested in that patch of woods that morning. It was as if the place was intentionally giving us nothing, no clues, no confirmation. Eventually my brother came up to me, shrugging, his face a mix of confusion and that lingering fear. We got back in the car and left, feeling uneasy. I know what people might say, that it was a deer or a bear or some weird optical illusion caused by the lights of the fire trucks. Maybe our eyes played tricks on us. But I've seen deer run across roads before. They don't look like that. They have a certain way of moving, and you can usually tell it's an animal instantly. Bears hardly ever run like that, and you'd know a bear's shape in a heartbeat. This was something else. Tall, lean, upright, with a weird gait that still haunts me. Something about it just screamed, not normal. I'm not calling it a monster or using any labels, but I know what I saw wasn't just some animal. It moved like a person, but not like any person I've ever known. Thinking back, I wonder if the fire trucks were responding to something related to it. Maybe a call came in about a strange figure prowling near someone's property. Or maybe they were on their way to a fire or an accident, and this was just coincidence. But I can't shake the feeling that the presence of those trucks and the sudden appearance of this creature were connected somehow. The timing was too perfect, right when the road was lit up by those emergency lights, giving us a crystal-clear glimpse. Since that day, I've tried to rationalize it dozens of times. I've looked up local sightings of strange creatures, tried to see if anyone else reported seeing something unusual that night. I even checked online forums where people talk about weird encounters in rural areas. There were a few stories here and there about big, hairy, ape-like creatures or tall, human-like silhouettes in the woods. Some were in the general region, but never that exact spot. Nothing that gave me a definitive explanation, just more mysteries, more people unsure about what they encountered. I wish I could say I have some grand conclusion, or that I solved the mystery the next day. But the truth is, I didn't. We just went on with our lives. My brother still brings it up now and then, always with that same look in his eyes, like he's both fascinated and unnerved. I can't blame him. I feel the same way. I don't talk about it much because I know it sounds crazy. Most people would just laugh it off or say we're making it up. But I know what we saw, and I remember how it felt. Intense, scary, and completely out of the ordinary. Even now, whenever I'm driving at night and I see flashing lights on the other side of the road, or anything unusual, I get a flashback to that moment. The sight of something tall and dark, cutting across our path, not caring about the danger, not reacting to the lights or the noise, just passing through like it belonged there. That's what sticks with me the most. The feeling that it didn't give a damn that we were there, that trucks were speeding by. It was as if it existed on its own terms, and we were the intruders witnessing something we shouldn't. To this day, I have no real explanation. I just have that memory and the lingering questions. The next morning's fruitless search for evidence didn't help. It's as if it came and went like a ghost. Sometimes that's how these things go. You see something that challenges your sense of reality, and then it just vanishes, leaving you to wonder if you really saw it at all. But I know I did. I know I wasn't imagining it. It still bothers me that I can't wrap it up nicely with an explanation. I guess that's just how these experiences are. They happen, they scare the crap out of you, and then life moves on. You keep the memory, but you don't get the answers. And maybe that's the scariest part. It's easy to deal with fear when you know what caused it. But when it's something unknown, something that leaves no trace, you're left with that permanent sense of unease. Maybe someday I'll stumble across a story from someone who saw the exact same thing. Until then, all I can do is remember that strange figure crossing the road in front of us and accept that I'll never understand what it was. Story 9. I remember that day too vividly. It was July 9th, 2020, and I'd woken up just before sunrise like I always do, mostly because my chickens usually start making noise around that time, and I like to let them out and get them fed before I head off to my day job. That morning, though, it was quiet. Not a normal quiet, but an unsettling, dead kind of quiet. Normally, by that hour, I'd hear at least a few soft clucks or the sound of them moving around inside the coop. Instead, I heard absolutely nothing, and it made the hair on my arms stand up. I should have taken that as a sign to prepare myself, but honestly, at that point, I just thought maybe I was too early, or they were still sleeping. When I got out there, the first thing I noticed was the coop door. It's a heavy wooden door on a decent set of hinges, and I keep it latched at night. I've never had trouble with predators getting in because I reinforced everything a few years back after a raccoon issue. But that morning, the door was slightly ajar, just enough that a person would notice if they paid attention. My gut immediately twisted into a knot. I opened it the rest of the way, expecting maybe a raccoon had worked its way in again, or that a stray dog had pushed against it. But as soon as I looked inside, I realized that I wasn't dealing with something normal. The coop wasn't torn apart, and I saw no blood, no half-eaten carcass, no obvious sign of a struggle that you'd expect if a fox or coyote had gotten inside. Instead, there were feathers everywhere, just feathers, scattered all around, like someone had plucked my birds clean and then vanished into thin air. There were no bodies, no partial remains, no trail of blood. It was like they had been lifted out of there, leaving only their plumage behind. I had 5 chickens, 3 Rhode Island Reds, and 2 Plymouth Rocks, and all 5 were missing. I tried telling myself maybe they got out somehow and wandered off, but the feathers didn't make sense. They were too abundant, and this kind of disappearance just doesn't happen that way. I stepped back outside, still trying to make sense of it. That's when I noticed the footprints in the soft ground near the coop. At first glance, I actually missed them because the grass was a bit tall and the morning light was weird. But there was one spot, a patch of soil, where I saw it. A single, enormous footprint. I'm not an expert in measuring feet, but I know a big boot print when I see one. Except this wasn't shaped like a boot. It looked more like a gigantic bare foot. I actually got down on my knees to look at it more carefully, squinting as I traced its shape with my finger. It had toes, big ones, and the entire print had to have been around 18 inches long, somewhere around 46 centimeters if I had to guess. That's huge. Way bigger than my size 10 boots, and definitely bigger than any normal human foot I'd ever seen. I felt a chill run up my spine. This wasn't normal. Could it be a prank? Someone messing with me? But who would break into my coop, remove 5 chickens without leaving a drop of blood, scatter feathers everywhere, and then leave behind a fake giant footprint? And why? It didn't make sense. I stood there, scratching my head, and I realized that the morning silence wasn't just in my coop. It was all around me. Usually I'd hear birds chirping, maybe some squirrels rustling around, the distant hum of a car on the main road. But at that moment, it felt like the entire area was holding its breath. After a few minutes of staring at the ground, I took some photos with my phone. I wanted to have proof for whoever I might call. I'd heard about odd sightings around rural Ohio. People sometimes joke about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Grassman, stuff like that. I never really bought into it, but I always felt there had to be something behind the stories. Ohio, and especially areas around Zaleski, have large swaths of forest. It's not impossible something strange could be lurking out there. I decided to reach out to the BFRO, Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, because I knew they took reports seriously, at least more seriously than the local authorities would if I tried to explain something like this. I mean, can you imagine calling the sheriff and saying some giant creature stole your chickens? I made the call, feeling kind of embarrassed, but the investigator who answered didn't laugh. He was calm, asked for details, and said he could come by later that day. While waiting, I walked around my property more carefully, trying to see if I could find any other clues. I looked near the tree line, around my small shed, near the compost pile. Nothing. It was just that one massive footprint by the coop. If there were more, they were hidden by the grass, or maybe the creature had stepped on harder ground, leaving no trace. I felt stupid calling it a creature in my head, but what else could it be? The shape was undeniably a foot, too big to be human. It made me nervous as hell just imagining what could have that size and stealth. When the BFRO investigator arrived, it was late afternoon by then, he introduced himself politely. He seemed like a normal enough guy, maybe in his 40s, wearing jeans and a simple polo shirt. He didn't wear any fancy gear or anything. He listened to my story without interrupting and then asked to see the spot. I took him to the coop, showed him the feathers, the lack of blood, and then we examined the footprint. He crouched down, measured it with a tape measure he pulled from his pocket, and nodded, looking more intrigued than surprised. He asked me if I'd noticed any strange smells. I hadn't. He asked if I'd found any hair. I hadn't either, just feathers and that one print. After looking around the property for a while, he actually managed to find 4 more impressions, faint but still visible, spread out with about a meter of distance between them. I wouldn't have caught them myself. They were subtle, barely noticeable in the tall grass. He pointed them out to me, showing how something very large had moved through there, heading off into the woods behind my land. He didn't jump to conclusions right away, but he definitely hinted that this was something unusual. I remember him saying something like, "This isn't typical predator behavior." And that stuck with me, because it meant whatever it was, it didn't act like a coyote or a bear would. If it were a bear, we would have seen more destruction, maybe even some blood from the kill. This was different, too tidy in a way. As the sun began to set, the investigator said he'd stick around for a while longer, just to see if anything happened. I was glad for the company, honestly. I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. It's hard to explain that feeling, but I knew the woods around my property well, and something felt off that evening. The air felt heavier, and every little sound made me jump. The investigator seemed calm, but I could tell he was paying close attention to everything. He kept glancing toward the tree line, occasionally listening carefully. A few hours after sunset, we both heard something that still haunts me. It started as a distant scream, high-pitched, but somehow resonating from somewhere deep in the woods. It didn't sound like a fox or a bobcat. I've heard those before, and while they can be creepy, this was different. It had this raw power behind it, like something big was letting us know it was out there. Almost immediately after that scream, we heard another sound on the opposite side of the property, this one more like a grunt or a low rumbling moan. It was as if 2 huge things were calling out to each other from opposite ends of my land. My stomach was doing flips. I looked at the investigator, and I could see he was startled too. He whispered for me to keep quiet, which I gladly did, because I was too scared to say anything anyway. We stood there, on my back porch, lights off, just listening. I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. Every shadow seemed suspicious. The investigator had a small flashlight, but he didn't turn it on yet. He seemed to know that might draw attention. Instead, we just tried to listen. After a minute or two of silence, we heard a heavy snap of a branch somewhere out in the dark. Then another grunt, closer this time. Whatever was out there knew we were here. I was certain of it. I felt like I was under a spotlight, even though I was the one standing in the dark. The feeling of being watched was so intense I started to sweat. I could smell my own fear, if that makes any sense. I remembered my missing chickens and realized that whatever took them was probably back. And not just one. It felt like maybe there were 2. I couldn't wrap my head around it. The investigator looked serious. He quietly mentioned that these sounds didn't match common animal calls. He didn't say Bigfoot, but I knew that's what he was thinking. I was thinking it too. Nothing else fit the scenario. I didn't believe in that kind of thing, at least not before that night. But how else do I explain what I was hearing and what I had seen? We both stood there, listening to these distant calls and movements for what felt like an eternity. At one point, I thought I saw a dark shape move between two trees. It was tall, but I can't swear I actually saw it clearly. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The fear was messing with my perception. I wasn't going to run out there and shine a flashlight to confirm. No way. The last thing I wanted was to provoke whatever was out there. Eventually, maybe after 15 or 20 minutes, it's hard to keep track of time when you're on edge. The sounds started to fade. The screams and grunts became less frequent, and then they stopped completely. But the feeling of being watched lingered. I felt like something was still out there, silently observing us. We waited longer, hoping to catch another sound, but nothing happened. The stillness came back, heavier than before. When the investigator finally spoke again, his voice was low. He said something along the lines of, "This is definitely unusual." He didn't need to say more. I could see in his eyes he didn't have an easy explanation. He said he'd file a report and suggested I be cautious. He didn't try to tell me what to do exactly, but he said maybe I should consider better lighting around the coop or even moving the remaining feed and supplies indoors. I could tell he was concerned, but also excited in a weird way. He was an investigator of these things after all, and this was probably the kind of encounter he'd been hoping to document. After he left, I locked all my doors and windows. I'm not normally a paranoid person, but that night I barely slept. Every rustle of leaves outside made me flinch. I kept imagining that enormous footprint, the way it was so perfectly formed, the way my chickens disappeared without a trace of blood. The idea that these creatures, if that's what they are, could approach my property so quietly terrified me. If they could take 5 chickens so easily, what else could they do if they wanted? I got up a few times during the night to peek outside, looking for movement near the tree line. I saw nothing. That's maybe what bothers me the most. For all the unsettling sounds and that overwhelming sense of being watched, I never saw a clear shape or figure. Nothing I could point to and say, "That's it, that's what I saw." It was all hints and suggestions, footprints, scattered feathers, eerie screams in the darkness. It felt like something stepped in and out of my life so suddenly, leaving me rattled and full of questions I still can't answer. I've lived on this property for years. I know its rhythms, the animals, the noises. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and nothing quite like it has happened since. But I never managed to shake off the feeling it left behind. Now, every time I go out to the coop, I catch myself scanning the woods, checking behind me, listening for anything unusual. Sometimes I think I catch a glimpse of something moving in the corner of my eye, but I turn and it's gone. Probably my imagination. Maybe my nerves never settled back down after that night. The BFRO investigator got back to me weeks later with a brief update. He said he couldn't confirm anything definitively, but he found the situation compelling. That's the word he used. Compelling. That's not exactly comforting. It just means it's another strange encounter on a long list of strange encounters. I'm left with the same questions I had before, still wondering what the hell took my chickens and left me with that giant footprint and a memory of terrifying screams echoing through the woods. I still think about it, especially now when the nights are quiet and I'm alone out here. I've never shared this with my neighbors because I'm worried they'd think I'm nuts. But I know what I experienced. I know how it felt, how real it was. I can't prove it was Bigfoot or any creature like that, but I also can't explain it away as a bear or a prank. Something was on my property that night, something big and smart enough to leave almost no trace, something capable of taking my birds silently and then announcing its presence with those gut-wrenching screams. And then, just like that, it was gone, leaving me stuck with this memory I can't shake and a fear that one day it might come back. I guess that's it. That's my story. It still scares me to think about, and I don't think I'll ever have a neat explanation. But I know what I felt, and that's enough to keep me looking over my shoulder every time I walk out into the darkness. Story 10. Back in the late summer of 2018, I decided to go hiking near Hawley, Massachusetts. I remember that day so vividly because it felt like I was doing something small and insignificant, just a casual walk in a quiet area I'd visited a couple of times before, but it ended up being one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. I never really talked about it publicly before because I'm still trying to wrap my head around what I saw, but I'll share it here because maybe someone else has been through something similar. It was mid-August, if I'm not mistaken. The weather was warm, maybe around the high 70s or low 80s Fahrenheit, and it was late afternoon, edging toward evening. I'd say it was probably around 5 or 6 p.m. I remember thinking I had at least another hour or so of decent light before it got too dim to walk safely. There was this old communications building inside a lesser-known nature reserve near Hawley. It's not exactly a tourist spot, definitely not one of those well-maintained trails you'd find in more popular parks. It was more of a forgotten area, the kind of place local hunters or serious hikers might know, but not a casual family out for a weekend stroll. That day, I decided to go a bit farther beyond that communications building, which acted like a sort of landmark. I knew roughly where it was, and that beyond it, if I pushed maybe half a kilometer or so deeper, I'd find where a set of old power lines cut across the land. Under these lines, as I'd heard from a friend who hiked a lot, was a shallow river or stream. He'd mentioned it was a nice place to take a break, maybe fill up on water, with proper filtering, and enjoy some peace and quiet. I don't know exactly what made me want to go there. Maybe just curiosity. I like exploring, and I like the feeling of being off the beaten path. As I followed an overgrown trail, the place got eerily quiet. I don't know if you've experienced this, but sometimes in the woods, you realize you've gone deeper than most people bother to go when all the usual background sounds start to fade. Even the birds seem to quiet down, and you're left with just the sound of your own footsteps and maybe a light breeze rustling the branches overhead. The silence got under my skin. I remember thinking it was odd that I barely heard any birds, just the occasional insect buzzing past my ear and the crunch of leaves and twigs under my boots. I kept going, pushing aside some low brush, and I soon noticed the landscape changing a bit. The ground dipped slightly, and I could see where the power lines were cutting a clear path overhead. The area around those lines was kind of a no-tree zone, so the sun hit it differently, turning the sky into a bright backdrop. Below, I could see the start of the slope where the river flowed about 5 meters down. 5 meters doesn't seem like much, but it's enough that you'd have to be careful climbing down. From the vantage point near the edge, you got a pretty good view of the river and the reeds and tall grasses along its banks. As I got closer to that edge, I noticed how strangely still everything was. The water itself wasn't roaring or anything. It was more like a gentle rush, but what struck me was that I didn't see anyone else. Granted, I wasn't expecting a crowd, but it felt like the kind of place where maybe you'd see a deer or even a fisherman if it was allowed. But there was no one, just me and that calm stretch of nature. Then I saw it. About 75 meters ahead, maybe a little off to the right of where I stood, there was this figure. I remember catching it from the corner of my eye first. My mind tried to make sense of it. At first I thought it was maybe a large dog or a bear, but it wasn't. It was standing too upright and too still. It moved in a way that felt unnatural for any animal I'd seen out there before. This figure was all black, at least at a glance. I could see it was moving among the reeds, partially obscured by that tall grass. It must have been tall, taller than me, and I'm about 5'10". But more than its height, it was the shape. Broad shoulders, a kind of bulky torso, and it had hair. At least, it looked like hair. The setting sun was hitting it just enough that I could pick out these reddish-brown highlights in the fur, like when you see a black dog in the sunlight and realize it's not pure black, but has a hint of another color. It didn't look like a person wearing clothes. There were no defined fabrics, no colors besides that dark fur and those reddish hints. No hat, no gear, nothing that would make me think it was a hiker or a hunter. I stood there frozen for a moment. I remember my heart starting to pound because something felt so off. I've seen bears before, not often but enough to recognize them, and this didn't have that bear shape. The limbs seemed too long, the posture too upright. It was kind of hunched forward, but still clearly on two legs. It moved in a slow, deliberate way, pushing through the tall reeds. I kept trying to rationalize. Maybe it's a person wearing a ghillie suit or some weird camouflage. But even that didn't click. The body proportions seemed strange. Its arms looked longer than a human's would, and I couldn't see any clear facial features from that distance. But I knew it wasn't just some guy. Something deep down told me that whatever I was looking at wasn't supposed to be there. I started to get this panic in my chest. I wasn't sure if I should make noise to scare it away, or if I should stay silent. I remember reaching for my phone, almost on autopilot. I wanted to take a picture or maybe a short video, something to prove I wasn't losing my mind. But the moment I started fumbling in my pocket for my phone, I saw its head snap in my direction. I still get chills remembering that moment. 1 second, it was just moving around like it didn't even know I existed. The next, it seemed locked onto me. Its head turned so quickly and so purposefully that I felt like I'd been caught doing something forbidden. I couldn't see its eyes clearly from where I stood, but I knew it was looking right at me. My stomach dropped. It was like I'd become hyper-aware of everything. The slight sweat on my face, the way my legs suddenly felt weak, how the breeze picked up and rustled the grass around me. I managed to get the phone out, but my hands were shaking. I tried to bring the camera up to focus. That's when it took a step toward me. Not a charge, not a sprint, just a step. But that was enough. I remember thinking, no, no way, and my survival instinct kicked in. Taking a photo didn't matter anymore. Proof didn't matter. All I wanted was to get the hell out of there. I backed up slowly at first, and I could see it still watching me. My foot caught on a root or something, and I stumbled. That little movement, that sudden jerk, seemed to trigger something. The figure moved slightly to the side, and I got this intense feeling it was going to try to follow me. I didn't wait to find out. I turned and started to run back the way I came. I'm not a runner, but that day I ran harder than I've ever run in my life. All the while I expected to hear it crashing through the brush behind me. But I heard nothing. Just my own gasping breath, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The trail was harder to follow going back because I was panicked. Branches scraped at my arms and face, and I didn't care. I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. After what felt like forever, but was probably just a couple of minutes, I slowed down and tried to listen again. Nothing. Just that oppressive silence. Even though I couldn't hear it following me, I didn't feel safe. It was like the whole forest had become alien. I knew I had to make it back to where the old communications building was, because at least I knew that area. I could find the main path from there. Everything else felt unfamiliar and wrong. By the time I reached the building, I was drenched in sweat. The sun was lower now, and the shadows were stretching out. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I'd see it standing behind me, half hidden by a tree, watching me. But every time I turned, there was nothing, just emptiness. Eventually, I made it back to my car, which I'd parked further out on a dirt road leading into that section of the reserve. I locked the doors the second I got in, as if that would help. My hands were still shaking, and I had to sit there for a while and catch my breath. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it a Bigfoot? I don't know. I don't even like using that word because it sounds too much like some goofy folklore. But what else was it? A person in a suit? Why would anyone do that out there in the middle of nowhere and risk getting shot by a hunter or attacked by a wild animal? Plus, the proportions looked wrong. And it felt real. It felt like a living, breathing creature that was aware of me in a way that no normal animal would be. I started my car and drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see it following me on the road. Of course, it never showed up again. I didn't tell my family that night. I just couldn't. How do you say something like, "I think I saw a Bigfoot," without sounding ridiculous? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear standing on its hind legs for a moment, and my mind just played a trick on me. Maybe the lighting was weird. But deep down, I know what I saw wasn't a bear. Bears don't stand there with that kind of posture and stare you down like that. And it sure as hell wasn't a deer or a moose or anything else we have around here. Over the next few days, I replayed that moment in my head 1,000 times. The color of its fur, the shine of the red highlights in the setting sunlight, the sudden awareness when it turned its head toward me. I can't shake it. I still think about it, and every time I do, I get that same knot in my stomach. I haven't gone back to that exact spot since. I still hike, but I stick to more well-known trails where I know other people go. I've got no desire to push deep into that kind of remote area again. Not alone, anyway. I don't have any evidence. My phone never took a photo. I never even tapped the screen before I bolted. I just have my memory, and it feels burned into my brain. It's been a few years now, and I still can't explain it. I know what I saw wasn't just a trick of the light or a shadow. It was there, it was massive, and it was alive. It felt like I stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see, something that exists on the edges of our reality, out in the quiet corners of the forest where people rarely go. I guess the most unsettling part is that after I ran, it never made a sound. At least, none that I heard. It could have followed me silently or slipped away just as easily. The idea that it could still be out there, doing whatever it does, maybe watching from a distance, freaks me out. I don't know what its intentions were. It didn't exactly charge at me, but it also didn't ignore me. It was aware of me, and that look it gave me was enough to send me running. I'm sharing this because I can't keep it bottled up. I don't know what to call it, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, wild man, whatever. But I know what I saw. I'll never forget that dark figure and the piercing feeling of being watched. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen something similar in that area. Hawley's not exactly a big place, and that reserve isn't well known, so maybe not. Or maybe people just don't talk about it. To this day, I still feel uneasy thinking about going off trail in remote areas alone. Before that day, I loved exploring. I loved the feeling of solitude and discovering places not many people have seen. Now, I'm more cautious. I stay on the trail. I tell people where I'm going. And if I'm really honest, I don't go as deep into the woods as I used to. Maybe it's just better that way. Some things are better left alone. I have no neat conclusion to this. That's the thing. It happened. I freaked out. I ran. And then it was over. Just like that. No closure, no final sign. I can't tell you what it was. I can't prove any of it. And I can't give you a satisfying ending. It's just something that happened to me one evening in 2018 near Hawley, Massachusetts. It left me with a memory I still can't explain, and that's all there is to it. Story 11. I still remember it like it happened yesterday, even though it's been a few years now. It was sometime in mid-2019, definitely summertime, because I recall it was warm, and I had the windows cracked just a bit. My son and I were out near Liberty Hill, Texas. We'd been driving along one of those rural back roads, the kind you only use when you know the area pretty well, or when you're trying to avoid traffic on the main highways. The road didn't have much in the way of houses or businesses, just a lot of open fields and patches of trees. Deer are really common around there. Anyone who lives around that part of Texas knows that you have to watch out for them on those winding roads. They'll dart out unexpectedly, and more than a few people have wrecked their cars trying to avoid a deer that jumped out at the last second. I'd heard about these little whistle devices you can put on your car to scare deer away. People say they emit a high-pitched sound when the wind passes through them at certain speeds. Supposedly, deer can hear it, and it spooks them enough that they stay off the road. I'm not the most superstitious guy, and I don't always trust every gadget out there, but considering how often I saw deer and how much I worried about having my kid in the car during a late-night drive, I figured it couldn't hurt. So I'd installed a couple of those devices on the front of my truck. They were small, unobtrusive. You'd hardly notice them if you didn't know what you were looking for. We were testing them out, seeing if I noticed fewer deer on the roadside. It's not like I'd done a scientific test or anything, but that evening I remember thinking, hey, maybe this thing actually works. Because we'd been driving for a while, and I didn't see a single deer close to the road, just a few off in the distance. Anyway, it was late afternoon, maybe early evening. The sun was still up, but it was inching its way down, making the fields look kind of golden. There was no one else around. It felt like we had the whole stretch of road to ourselves. I remember my son was in the passenger seat, fiddling with his phone, but not totally absorbed. He was aware of what was going on outside. Occasionally, he'd look up to see if any deer were nearby, or just to check out the scenery. He's always been a curious kid, not one to be fully glued to a screen when something interesting might be happening outside. We took a gentle curve in the road, and as we came around it, I noticed something off to the right side. At first, I didn't process it. I just knew it wasn't the normal shape or color I'd expect to see. Honestly, I thought it was maybe a large, dark bag of trash someone had dumped, or some odd stump. But then it moved. It was crouched down, really low, kind of hunched forward. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a gorilla, but not exactly a gorilla, more like something built like one, but different. And gorillas aren't native to Texas, obviously. It had dark, almost black hair covering its body, and it seemed really strong and bulky. The shoulders were massive, and I could see the muscles flexing as it moved. It didn't move sluggishly. It moved with this controlled, tense energy. It was about the height of a large man, maybe taller, but it was crouched, so it was hard to tell for sure. As we got closer, I slowed the truck down a bit, not too much because I didn't want to stop in the middle of a rural road, but enough to get a better look. I think my son saw it at the same time I did, because I heard him inhale sharply. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something about this creature's presence was just wrong. You know that feeling you get when you see something that shouldn't be there. Something that your mind tries to categorize and fails. My heart started pounding, and my hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. I wasn't panicking, but I was definitely on high alert. I'm pretty sure my son was too, because he stopped breathing normally and just sort of held his breath. It was right on the edge of the road, almost like it was inspecting something on the ground or waiting for a chance to dart across. As we approached, I expected it to run off into the bushes like a deer or a coyote would. Instead, it bolted upward, but not back into the brush. It ran straight across the road in front of us, insanely fast, like impossibly fast. I didn't even have time to hit the brakes fully. It went from that crouched position on the right side of the road to halfway up a tree on the left side in what felt like a second or two. The way it moved was so fluid, like an animal completely at home in its body, but also unlike anything I've ever seen in Texas wildlife. You know how a squirrel scampers up a tree, or how a cat might climb something using quick, light movements. This was different. It was powerful and deliberate, like a grown man climbing a ladder, except there was no ladder, just tree bark and branches. When it grabbed onto the tree trunk, I could see the branches above starting to shake violently. This thing weighed a lot. I don't know how high it climbed, because my attention was drawn to the way the entire tree canopy was moving. It looked like something huge had jumped up there, and the branches were swinging wildly, but there was no wind. Everything else around us was still. No cars, no breeze, just the sound of my truck's engine and my own heavy breathing. The leaves and branches rustled like a storm was passing through, but it was just this creature clinging to it, or maybe moving around up there. I tried to look up to catch a better glimpse, but all I saw was motion and dark silhouettes. It was hard to make out a clear shape once it got into the foliage. It was almost like it disappeared into the leaves, but I knew it was still there because the branches kept shaking. I didn't know what to do. Stopping the truck seemed like a bad idea. My instincts told me to keep moving. What if this thing decided to drop down on us? What if there were more of them in the trees around us? The thought made my stomach twist. My son finally exhaled and whispered, "What the hell was that?" His voice was shaky, and I could tell he was trying not to panic. I didn't answer him right away. I just pressed the gas a bit, trying to move forward and out of that spot. The road continued ahead, and I just wanted to get as far away from that tree as possible. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it drop out of the tree and chase us. But nothing happened. In a few seconds, that spot disappeared behind a bend. It was just a rural road again, and the normal summer sounds came back into focus. Crickets, distant birds, the hum of my truck. For a few minutes we said nothing. My son and I both seemed to be trying to process what we'd just seen. I felt my body still trembling slightly, that rush of adrenaline still in my veins. It's one thing to see a weird shape on the side of the road. It's another to see something that looks like a gorilla, something that you know shouldn't be there, suddenly bolt across the road and climb a tree like it's nothing. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a really big feral hog with some kind of weird posture, or maybe a black bear. But Texas doesn't have many black bears around those parts, and even if it did, I've never seen a bear move like that. And I don't know of any animal in that area that would climb a tree with such brute force and agility. I thought about escaped exotic pets. Could someone have had a gorilla or a large primate that got loose? It sounds insane, but people do keep weird animals sometimes. After we got home, I actually looked it up. I searched local news to see if there were any reports of escaped gorillas or large primates, but I found nothing. Nothing even close to what we saw. That night, my son and I talked about it. We were both shaken. He asked if I thought we saw Bigfoot. I'm not a believer in Bigfoot. At least I wasn't before. I don't think I'd ever spent more than a passing moment considering the idea. It always felt like some silly urban legend or a joke people talk about on TV. But now I was faced with the memory of this bizarre encounter. Something big, hairy, and surprisingly agile was definitely out there. The way it scaled that tree was not like a slow, lumbering creature. It was athletic, powerful. It moved with purpose. Yet, it didn't seem like it was just a normal animal doing its thing. The fact it was crouched right by the road, waiting or watching, gave me chills. It was as if it was aware of us, aware of the vehicles passing by. Maybe it had been there before, and we just happened to catch it off guard this time. We never reported it to anyone. Who would we call? The police would think we were crazy. "Hello, I saw a gorilla man on the side of the road. Can you check it out?" Yeah, right. Even if someone did humor us, by the time they got out there, whatever it was would be long gone. And what could they do anyway? We didn't have proof, just a memory and some rattled nerves. I tried to forget about it, But every time I drive past that area, I find myself gripping the wheel a little tighter and scanning the roadside more carefully. I still have those deer whistle devices on my truck, though I can't imagine they had anything to do with what we saw. Maybe the device's high-pitched sound annoyed it, or maybe it was just a coincidence. For days afterward, I kept replaying that moment in my head. The curve in the road, the crouched figure, the sudden burst of speed, and the violent shaking of the tree branches. There was something so unsettling about the way the branches swayed without any wind. It was like seeing a heavy weight swing around up there, something powerful enough to disturb a large portion of the canopy. And then, just like that, we drove away, and it was over. Life went on as normal. We never saw anything like that again. I tried to think logically. If it really were a gorilla, where would it go? How would it survive the Texas heat and climate, not to mention all the people around? Liberty Hill isn't the smallest town, and someone would have noticed a rogue primate roaming around. I checked local wildlife forums and even some cryptid discussion boards online. I know it sounds nuts, but I was desperate for some explanation. Not a single mention of a gorilla or primate escape in that area. A few people talked about Bigfoot sightings in Texas, but I always dismissed that kind of thing. Now I'm not so sure. I don't know if I believe in Bigfoot, but I also can't deny what I saw. Whatever it was, it doesn't fit into any normal category of animal I know. The memory is still so vivid, the shape of its back, the way its arms bent, the way it launched itself across the road like nothing I've seen before. It felt like I'd suddenly stepped into a world where our normal understanding of local wildlife didn't apply. Nothing else that day was unusual, just a normal drive with my kid, a run-of-the-mill rural Texas evening. No strange noises, no strange smells, nothing at all that would indicate something so bizarre was about to happen. And then, there it was. And then it was gone. Sometimes I wonder if it was observing us as much as we were observing it. The way it crouched near the roadside, it looked almost like it was waiting for something. Maybe not us, maybe a deer, maybe something else. But as soon as we got close enough to see it, it took off. Did our presence scare it? Or did it just realize it was exposed and needed to hide? If it was some elusive creature that knows how to stay out of sight, maybe it got careless that day, and we caught it off guard. The thought that there might be more of them out there, staying hidden in the patches of woods and brush, makes me uneasy. I've driven that same route a handful of times since the incident. Each time, I slow down a bit when I reach that curve. I look out into the trees, scanning the low brush, the trunk of the tall oaks, the limbs up above. I've never seen anything like that again. It's just a normal patch of rural Texas land. Some trees, some fields, the occasional deer bounding around in the distance. But that day in 2019, something else was there. I know I'm not imagining it. My son saw it too, and he still brings it up sometimes, asking if I've ever found any explanation. We've never found a satisfying answer. There were no escaped gorillas, no missing zoo animals, no local folklore that matches what we saw. People talk about Bigfoot sightings, but I never imagined one in central Texas. Then again, who says they couldn't be here? Or maybe it wasn't Bigfoot at all. Maybe it was something else entirely, something that just hasn't been documented. The world is big, and there are plenty of strange things out there. The worst part is the not knowing. The memory doesn't fade, but my ability to explain it just hits a dead end. If I had been alone, I might think I'd hallucinated or misinterpreted a shadow. But my son saw it just as clearly as I did. And the way those branches moved, that's not something you can just imagine. The physical evidence was there, if only for a brief moment. But we didn't stop. We didn't get out of the truck. We didn't go back later looking for tracks or broken branches. At the time, it felt too dangerous and too strange. Now I wish I had more to share than just a memory. I can't wrap this up with a neat conclusion because I don't have one. All I know is that to this day, I remember seeing something that looked like a gorilla, something not supposed to be in that part of Texas, rushing across a rural road and scaling a tree with shocking speed and strength. I remember feeling scared, confused, and absolutely sure that I'd just witnessed something I wasn't meant to see, and I guess I'll never know what it was. It happened, it ended, and life moved on. But I'll always carry that memory with me, and I'll always wonder what the hell we saw out there near Liberty Hill that day. Story 12. I remember it was sometime in late 2008. I was working a contract job delivering heavy industrial batteries to some of the older coal mines tucked away in the region between Kentucky and West Virginia. At that time, I'd do a lot of driving on backroads, old dirt paths that snaked up into the hills, places that didn't even show up properly on most GPS devices. Cell reception was terrible, and my boss always told me, if anything happens out there, you're on your own. I never thought much of it, just figured it was a way to say I should be prepared for breakdowns or the truck getting stuck in the mud. I never expected anything like what I'm about to describe. It was late in the afternoon, probably around 5:30 or so, and the sky was starting to fade. The sun was dipping low, and the light had that dull, orangey tint that you see in the fall when the days get shorter. I was pushing through a rough stretch of road, more like a wide trail of packed dirt with ruts and potholes. The area was getting more and more remote, no sign of houses or even small barns, just trees and uneven ground. I remember noticing that the foliage was thick, mostly evergreens, and the entire place smelled damp. There must have been a small creek or river nearby, because the scent of wet leaves and mossy logs was strong in the air. I had to cross this narrow wooden bridge, the kind that almost looks handmade. It spanned a small, slow-moving river, more like a wide creek, and it was just wide enough for my truck. I slowed down because the boards looked old, and I didn't want to risk the weight of my cargo causing any damage. The truck was carrying these giant batteries, the kind you use in heavy mining equipment. They were strapped down in the back. The engine was idling loud, and I could hear the wood under the tires creaking softly as I rolled onto the bridge. As I got to the midpoint of the bridge, I looked out to my left and right to check the surroundings. Honestly, I think I was just scanning the area because it was so isolated, making sure I wouldn't run into any unexpected surprises, like a hunter's vehicle blocking the road or something along those lines. That's when I saw it, near the far bank of the river, just off to my left. At first glance, I thought it was a bear, a really large, dark shape with a kind of shaggy brown coat. But it wasn't behaving like any bear I'd ever seen, and I'd seen quite a few in my time. It was just standing there, kind of hunched forward near the edge of the water. I stopped the truck entirely, leaving it in neutral and letting the engine idle. The figure was about maybe 40 yards away, partially obscured by a cluster of trees. I remember leaning forward over my steering wheel, squinting a bit because the light was dimming. The shape then moved in a way that bears don't. It straightened itself, standing more upright. I could see that it was tall, really tall. The body was covered in dark brown hair, maybe a mix of brown and a bit of a grayish tone, but it looked thick and uneven. It had a broad torso, wide shoulders, and long arms that hung down lower than a human's would. I didn't see any protruding snout like a bear's muzzle. The head seemed more human-shaped, but I couldn't make out a face clearly. The hair around the head and shoulders was thicker, kind of matted, and the build, it looked powerful. Not just big, but muscular, like it could toss a log with ease. My heart started pounding. I remember my mouth going dry almost immediately, because I knew this was not something I should be seeing out here. My first instinct was fear, but also shock. I just couldn't wrap my head around what I was looking at. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it's a man in some kind of heavy fur coat or a hunter wearing ghillie gear. But it was too tall, the proportions were off, and there was this strange heaviness to its presence. Even from that distance, I felt like I was looking at a living wall of muscle and hair. Then, it turned its body slightly and seemed to look directly at me. I couldn't see its eyes, not in detail, but I could feel its stare. That's what froze me. It didn't charge or make any sound that I could hear. It was just staring, like it was acknowledging me. I had the impression that it knew I was there, even before I had stopped. Something about the way it stood, so calm, without any animalistic panic or running off like a normal creature would when seeing a human. It felt more like it was curious, or maybe just aware and indifferent. I remember thinking, what the hell am I supposed to do now? My truck was on a narrow bridge. If I reversed, I would have to back up slowly, and I didn't want to lose sight of it. If I moved forward, I'd be going closer to where it was, at least for a few yards before turning onto the next stretch of road. Plus, the light was fading fast. The idea of staying there until it got dark was out of the question, so I just stayed still, gripping the steering wheel, staring at this figure. It then began to move away, not in a panicked run, but in a sort of smooth, effortless stride. It walked on two legs, clearly bipedal, and vanished behind the tree line. The movement was quiet. If it made any noise, I couldn't hear it over the sound of my truck's engine and the water below. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. Just like that. If I hadn't been so on edge, I might have thought I imagined it. But I know I didn't. I felt that presence, that silent acknowledgement. The fear I felt in that moment wasn't the scream your head off kind of fear. It was a cold, creeping dread. I felt like I'd stumbled onto something I shouldn't have, something that doesn't want to be found. The whole encounter probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt longer. Time sort of stretched out, making everything hyper-real. My hands were shaking slightly as I gripped the wheel. I sat there a few more seconds, just listening, trying to catch any movement in the trees. But all I saw was the slow sway of branches in the breeze. No more shapes, no weird shadows. Just the normal forest quiet that started to settle again as my ears adjusted. Eventually I forced myself to drive forward. The boards of the bridge creaked again, and I half expected the figure to reappear somewhere ahead. I kept scanning the roadside trees, the underbrush, looking for any sign that it was tracking me. Nothing. I was alone again, but it didn't feel like before. Now I felt watched, even if I couldn't see anyone or anything. I kept driving up that dirt road, hitting potholes and rocks, not really caring about the ride. My mind was racing. What was that thing? A bear? No, bears don't stand like that, not with such a human posture. A man in a suit. Why would anyone be out here in the middle of nowhere dressed like that, not making a sound, just staring at a random trucker? And the size? It had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall, maybe more. The shoulders were huge, and the arms long. I tried to recall details, color of the hair, shape of the body, but my memory was already scrambling. Adrenaline does that, I guess. I finally got to the small mine site where I had to drop off the batteries. The sun was almost gone by then, and the workers I expected to find weren't around. The place was deserted, which wasn't completely unusual. Sometimes I had to just leave the shipment at a designated spot. I got out of the truck with a flashlight and unloaded the batteries onto a pallet near an equipment shed. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees were close to the clearing, and I kept shining my flashlight around, half expecting to see a pair of eyes reflecting back at me. Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the distant trickle of water. I didn't linger. After unloading, I climbed back into the cab and headed back the way I came. This time I was more alert, looking out the window every few seconds. The darkness had settled fully now, and only my headlights cut through the black. The bridge and the spot where I'd seen that thing felt a lot more ominous on the return trip, but the figure was gone. All I saw was the same trees, the same muddy ground, and the silent river. I crossed quickly, not looking too long into the woods. That drive back felt longer than before. Every crack of a twig, every shape in my peripheral vision made my heart jump. I kept telling myself I was safe, that if it wanted to do something, it would have done it already. But that didn't help much. I just wanted to get back to the main road and leave that isolated region behind. It felt like I was trespassing in someone else's territory, someone who preferred to remain hidden. I never really told my co-workers or boss what I saw in detail. I just said I saw a weird animal that freaked me out. They laughed it off, said I must have been tired or seen a big black bear from a funny angle. I know what a black bear looks like. That wasn't a black bear, and this thing's fur was more brownish, not black. Plus, the way it stood, the shape. No, it wasn't a bear. Over the years, I've tried to convince myself that maybe it was just some rare, large animal I don't know about, something that maybe stands on hind legs occasionally. But deep down, I know that's bullshit. I saw something that's not in the wildlife guidebooks. You hear stories now and then, people talking about strange sightings in the Appalachians. I never gave them much thought before. Now I think maybe there's something out there that we just don't understand, something that avoids us because it can. The memory still gives me chills. Sometimes when I'm driving alone in remote places, I'll remember that day. I can still picture the outline of that figure against the fading light, how it just stood there, calmly, like it knew it was safe in its environment and I was just passing through. There was an intelligence behind that stare, or at least that's how it felt to me. It wasn't like looking at a deer or even a bear. It was like looking at something that had decided whether or not to let me mind my own business. I don't have some grand conclusion. I never saw it again, never heard any stories that match it exactly. I haven't seen any physical evidence, no footprints, no fur snagged on branches. All I have is that memory and the feeling it left me with. Even now, more than a decade later, thinking about it makes my stomach tighten. I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't a normal animal. Whether you believe me or not doesn't really matter. I was there, I remember it, and I still can't explain it. If I had to sum it up, I saw something huge and bipedal in the woods between Kentucky and West Virginia one late afternoon in 2008. It looked like a massive, hairy, man-like figure that moved quietly and observed me without fear. Then it left, vanished into the trees as if it had never been there at all. After that day, I've never looked at remote back roads the same way. Sometimes I think about what else might be hiding in those dense forests, things we only catch a glimpse of when we least expect it. And I guess I'll never know for sure what it was, or if it's still out there watching. Story 13. I've never really talked about this before, at least not on a public forum. It's something I buried in my mind for a long time, partly because it sounds insane, partly because I didn't want people looking at me like I was a complete idiot. But I guess I've seen enough stories over the years to feel like I'm not alone, and what happened to me and my buddy back in the mid-80s might actually fit right in with some of the things I've read here. This happened in Mingo County, West Virginia, probably around 85 or 86. I can't recall the exact year, but I remember I was in my mid-20s. I was living not too far from an old mining area. You know, the kind of place that used to bust with activity decades before, but by then had mostly been abandoned. Old trails, rusted equipment half buried in brush, and quiet hills that hardly anyone bothered with anymore. There was something kind of eerie about that area even back then, but if you grew up around it, you just got used to the stillness and the strange, empty feel of the place. My friend, let's call him Jack, he and I were out scouting for deer. We weren't hardcore hunters or anything like that, but we had a few buddies who hunted, and we thought we could pick out some good spots and maybe catch sight of some tracks. We headed out early in the morning. It was the kind of crisp day that happens in late fall, just chilly enough that your breath steams a little, and the leaves are mostly gone, leaving the trees kind of skeletal and creaking in the occasional breeze. Jack and I parked the truck on a dirt path that was barely a road anymore. We started walking along this old fence line near an abandoned farmhouse. The farmhouse was just a rotting structure by that time, boards missing, roof partially caved in. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. There were old fields around it, overgrown with brambles and wild shrubs, the kind of vegetation that springs up when no one's around to tend the land for years. We figured deer might move through there, looking for any leftover berries or just passing through to the next patch of woods. We had a couple of binoculars, and I was carrying a small rucksack with water and some snacks. We weren't planning anything big, just a few hours checking out deer trails and maybe making notes for where we might set up a blind later in the season. We moved quietly, out of habit, trying not to spook any wildlife. The silence was almost total, broken only by the crunch of dead leaves under our boots and the distant sound of a creek trickling somewhere down the slope. At some point, we came to a small rise, like a little hill. It was one of those hills that's not really marked on any map, just a bump in the landscape. The brush got thicker there, and we had to push through some tangled branches. As we rounded this hill, I noticed something off to the left, a shape that looked too purposeful to be natural. You know how nature is messy, random? This looked arranged somehow. I remember narrowing my eyes, trying to figure out what the hell I was seeing. Jack noticed it too, and we gave each other that look that says, "Do you see what I'm seeing?" It looked like a small dome, almost like an igloo, but made entirely out of intertwined brambles. Not just loosely piled branches. This was something woven together. These were thorny vines and branches expertly twisted and threaded to form a structure about maybe 4 or 5 feet high at the center. It was definitely not an accident of nature. Something had built it. The sheer amount of effort to bend and weave those thorny branches into a dome shape was mind-boggling. We stood there, stunned, maybe 15 or 20 yards away, just trying to process what we were looking at. After a moment, Jack kind of motioned for us to approach. We walked slowly, both of us on edge. I remember the hair on my neck standing up, and my heart was beating louder. It felt like we were stepping into someone's home without an invitation. The structure had a small opening on one side, not a perfect door, but a gap in the bramble. Inside, it looked almost clean, as if the ground had been cleared of leaves and small debris. The floor looked like bare earth, as if something had actively removed all the loose vegetation. I got the sense that something had been spending time in there. You'd expect a pile of leaves or random sticks on the ground, but it was actually neat, which somehow made it even creepier. We bent down to look inside. There were no signs of tools, no footprints that I could make out, but the soil was packed down. It wasn't muddy, so no clear prints, but it definitely looked like it had been used. There was no smell of smoke or any sign of human activity. If a person had built this, I'd expect to find maybe a piece of cloth, a wrapper, something. But there was nothing, just this carefully crafted, thorny shelter. I remember whispering something like, "This isn't right." Jack just shook his head. We didn't know what to make of it. The day was overcast, and the woods were quiet. I recalled feeling incredibly vulnerable all of a sudden, like we had stumbled onto something that should have remained hidden. It's hard to explain, but the atmosphere changed. It was as if we weren't alone. I started to feel that prickling sense that eyes were on us, even though I couldn't see or hear anything. We circled around the structure to see if there were any other clues. On the backside, some branches were snapped off nearby trees. Fresh breaks, not old dead wood. It looked like whoever built this had selectively chosen certain branches. Some had small thorns. I remember thinking, how did they handle these vines without getting shredded? Human hands would get torn to pieces trying to shape that. I even brushed a small portion with my glove, and it caught easily on the fabric. Building something like that by hand would be painful and damn near impossible. It wasn't something you could just whip up in a few minutes either. This took effort and know-how. We stood there for a while, probably too long, trying to decide what we were dealing with. Then the silence started to feel heavier. I know it sounds cliché, but the woods got quieter. No distant birds, no squirrels rustling, just a dense, oppressive silence. At that moment, my gut told me we should leave. I didn't say anything to Jack at first, but I think he felt it too because he started backing away, scanning the tree line as if expecting something to come charging out. I stepped back and bumped against a tree trunk, which snapped me into a heightened sense of panic. I half expected something to leap at me when I made that noise. Nothing happened, but the tension was unreal. My mind was racing with possibilities. Could this be some kind of weird poacher's blind? But why build it like that? Who would choose thorny vines to make a dome and then leave no sign of human presence? As we were standing there trying to figure out what to do, I noticed a strange, subtle odor. It wasn't strong, but there was a musky, earthy smell on the breeze. Not the smell of a skunk or a dead animal, but something else, something that smelled wild and unfamiliar. It was faint, like we were catching just the edges of it. That's when I started thinking about old stories I'd heard, whispers about strange sightings in the hills, things people called Bigfoot or whatever other local name they had. But those were always campfire stories, right? I never believed in that stuff. I was a pretty grounded guy, and I figured if there was something like that out there, we'd have found clear evidence by now. Still, standing there, looking at that bizarre structure made of brambles, smelling that odd musk in the silent woods, I couldn't ignore the possibility. Who else could have built this? What else could have built this? Jack and I never actually spoke about it in detail at that moment. We were too shaken. We just kind of backed off. I remember he picked up a stick and tapped one side of the structure lightly, as if testing the strength of it. The thing was solid. The branches were twisted so tightly together it felt like a firm shell. At that moment, I got a surge of adrenaline and whispered, "Let's go." I'm not sure if I said it loudly or just mouthed it, but Jack nodded, and we started making our way out of there. As we left, I was hyper-aware of every sound. Twigs snapping under our boots sounded like gunshots in the quiet. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure, something tall and broad, hidden behind a tree, watching us. I didn't see anything, but that feeling of being watched never left me. We made it back to the truck in what felt like record time. Neither of us said a word for a good while as we drove off, leaving that abandoned farmhouse and that strange igloo-like structure behind. For years I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a weird survivalist was out there practicing bushcraft, but that would still leave traces. Maybe it was just some strange natural formation of vines, but the woven pattern was too deliberate. It was like a nest, a shelter. I thought maybe we'd stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to see, something that lurks in the backwoods and keeps its existence hidden from most people. The fear I felt that day wasn't normal. I've been outdoors countless times, and I've seen bears, coyotes, even a panther once. Nothing gave me the creeping dread that this structure did, with its eerie silence and that impossible design. Years later, I started seeing documentaries about Bigfoot and other cryptids. I know, it sounds silly, but some of these shows highlighted structures found in the wild, teepee-like huts, woven branch shelters, and weird nests that researchers claimed couldn't be easily explained. My mind flashed back to that day in Mingo County, to that bramble igloo. I remember one program in particular showed something similar, bent and woven saplings forming a kind of dome. The people in the documentary suggested it might be a Bigfoot shelter, though no one had solid proof. Just seeing that on TV made my stomach drop. It was like confirmation that what we found wasn't just a figment of our imagination. I've since learned that some people believe these creatures build structures for shelter or for marking territory. Some claim it's how they stay out of sight, blending in with the environment, leaving minimal traces. But at the time, in the mid-80s, I had no clue. I just knew something was off, something beyond normal explanation. Jack and I never went back to that exact spot. We didn't say much about it afterward either. It was like we both silently agreed that we shouldn't bring it up. Maybe we didn't want to know. Maybe we were scared to admit to ourselves that we might have stumbled onto something completely unknown. I still think about it, decades later. The memory hasn't faded. If anything, it's grown sharper with time. I can picture the weave of those thorny branches, the smooth, cleared ground inside that makeshift dome. I remember the silence and the feeling of being watched. I remember how wrong it felt, how my body responded with pure instinctual fear, telling me to get the hell out of there. And we did. It's strange how something so quiet and uneventful, there was no big confrontation, no creature stepping out into the open, could leave such a lasting imprint on my mind. But I think that's what made it worse. The unknown is terrifying, and we had stumbled right into it. There was no explanation, no simple excuse, just this bizarre construction that shouldn't have existed in the middle of nowhere. To this day, I can't fully explain what we found. I can't say for certain it was Bigfoot or anything else. I just know it wasn't normal. I've looked at countless animals' nests, beaver dams, and natural formations since then, trying to find something even remotely similar. Nothing matches the complexity and the sheer weirdness of that woven, thorny dome. No part of me wants to go back and check if it's still there. It probably isn't. If these things exist and make these structures, maybe they move on or rebuild in different places. Maybe it was temporary, or maybe it's there, rotting into the earth, just another unsolved piece of the strange puzzle of what might be lurking in the deep woods of West Virginia. I can't say I'm a believer now, because believing implies I know what it was. I don't. I just know that it was something beyond my understanding. That day still sends chills down my spine when I think about it. I remember how quiet Jack got in the truck afterward, how neither of us could process what we saw. And I remember how, years later, seeing those documentaries made me realize we weren't the only ones who'd stumbled onto something like that. If anyone asked me for proof, I don't have any. No photos, no samples, just my memory. And as the years have passed, I've learned that sometimes the scariest experiences are the ones where you have no neat ending, no satisfying conclusion, just a lingering sense that there's more out there than we know, and that we got a fleeting, unwanted glimpse of it one chilly day in the middle of nowhere. It's a memory that still unsettles me, and I guess it always will. After all, how do you forget the day you came face to face with a mystery that still haunts you decades later, every time you think about what might be out there, watching, waiting, and staying just one step beyond our understanding? Story 14. It was late June 2020, and I remember the day felt strangely heavy. Even now, I can't fully explain why I had that uneasy feeling in my stomach as we set out. My partner and I, both of us well into our 70s, had decided on a short walk near the Rio Charma. Normally, that area would have had a handful of hikers, or at least a family or two enjoying the scenery, but that year was different. I guess the travel restrictions and all the chaos going on in the world had pushed most people to stay home. Everything felt off, and not just because the trails were emptier than usual. We parked our old sedan at a small dirt pull-off we'd used before. There was a rough path that led down toward the river, winding through some sparse trees and dry brush. The landscape around the Charma is pretty scenic. Low hills, a few cottonwoods along the water, and just enough greenery to make you feel like you're not in a total desert. Normally I love it. It's quiet and peaceful in a way that's hard to find these days. But that afternoon, the silence pressed in on me. It wasn't that friendly kind of quiet you get when nature is just doing its thing. It was more like a hush, as if everything was holding its breath. I know that sounds a bit dramatic, but that's the best way I can describe it. I could hear the soft crunch of our shoes on the dirt path, the faint rustling of leaves, and my own breathing. Beyond that, there was nothing. No distant voices, no cars passing on some far-off road, no birds singing, just a heavy stillness. As we got closer to the river, I started to notice how the sound of the water was also strangely subdued. Usually, you can hear the gentle rush from a good distance away, but that day, I had to listen closely to catch it. Maybe the water level was low. I'm not sure. We kept going, a bit slower than we used to in our younger days, but steady. The path was familiar. It ran along a small slope and then curved toward a flatter area close to the riverbank. I remember keeping my eyes open for any signs of wildlife, hoping to see maybe a deer or at least some birds. But nothing, just a barren silence. We reached a spot where you could see the river clearly through a gap in the bushes. The sunlight reflected off the water in these bright little flashes. I stood there for a moment, trying to take in the calmness and push aside the weird feeling nagging at the back of my mind. And that's when we heard it. A hollow thock sound, like someone hitting a piece of wood against another piece of wood. It echoed across the quiet landscape. My first thought was that maybe someone else was out there chopping wood or building something, but the sound felt oddly distant and isolated. It wasn't rhythmic like chopping. It was just one hit, then silence. I glanced at my partner. We exchanged looks, both of us raising our eyebrows, silently asking, "Did you hear that?" We didn't say anything out loud. I guess we were trying not to break the silence even more. Instead, we just listened. After maybe a minute or two, it happened again. Another knock. This time slightly different in tone, like maybe the wood was thicker or the angle was off. It reminded me of something I'd heard on a documentary once, people claiming that large, hairy creatures in the woods would communicate by knocking on trees. I'd laughed at it back then, finding it ridiculous. But now, standing there, I didn't feel like laughing. At this point, I was starting to feel unsettled. We were alone, at least from what we could see. No other cars at the pull-off, no sign of campers, nothing. Yet these knocks sounded deliberate, like a signal. They weren't random branches falling. There was a rhythm, or at least some intention behind them. My partner whispered, "Let's move closer," and I nodded. So we took a few careful steps off the main path and moved toward the river, trying to keep our footsteps light. I remember feeling the crunch of gravel underfoot and worrying that we were making too much noise. I wanted to be silent, to listen. As we stepped nearer to the bank, we heard another set of knocks, but this time they came from a different direction. They sounded farther downstream, maybe 100 yards or more. It was like two sets of signals, one from where we first heard them, and now another from farther off. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I've spent enough time in nature to know the usual sounds. Birds, squirrels, maybe a beaver slapping its tail, wind in the trees, distant motor sounds. But not this. This was something else. We tried to peek through the brush, hoping to see something that would explain it. Maybe someone was messing with us. Maybe a kid had found a couple of sticks and was just having fun. But the silence after each knock made it feel too purposeful. It was like a code or a language we couldn't understand. Each knock stood out stark against the hush of that afternoon. Then a moment came that still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. I was leaning a bit forward, trying to get a better look at the opposite bank. Just as I moved a branch out of my line of sight, I swear I saw a large, dark figure slip behind a cluster of trees. It was just a brief glimpse. I can't say for sure what it looked like in detail. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but it was tall, broad, and moved smoothly. It didn't look like a person hunched over. It looked bigger, bulkier. I didn't see hair or a face, just a dark shape that vanished as soon as I focused on it. I stepped back, heart pounding. I tried to whisper to my partner, but I think my voice just squeaked. Something about the way that figure moved, so quietly, so deliberately, terrified me. We were two elderly people, alone in a place with no other visitors around. No cell service either, if I recall correctly. We had no way to defend ourselves if something decided to come at us. I felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and head back to the car, but at the same time, I was rooted in place by curiosity and fear. I wanted to know what was out there. Or maybe I just wanted to confirm that my eyes were playing tricks on me. As we stood there, unsure, the knocking resumed. This time it was more insistent, like 3 or 4 knocks in quick succession. Then silence. Then 3 or 4 knocks again from the other direction, back and forth, like 2 invisible drummers in a silent forest. I felt like we were caught in the middle of something, and we had no clue what it was. I started to breathe more heavily, and I could feel my partner's hand grab my arm. We were both scared. I could feel it in the tension of their grip. I remember thinking, what if these are those creatures people talk about? The ones that no one can really prove exist? I never gave much credit to Bigfoot stories. I always thought they were just tall tales, but at that moment, every doubt I had was crumbling. I had no explanation for what we were witnessing. The thing that struck me most was the intelligence behind the sounds. They weren't random cracks or creaks. It was like a conversation was happening. 2 unseen entities knocking back and forth, communicating, making sure they were aware of each other's positions. And we just happened to stumble into their territory. I felt exposed and vulnerable, like we were intruders who didn't belong there. I tried to listen more carefully, hoping to pick up on something else, a glimpse of movement, a rustle of leaves, something that would tell me these were just humans messing around. But the forest remained eerily still. The air was hot and heavy, and I could taste dust on my tongue. My forehead started to sweat. I realized I was clenching my jaw, my muscles tight. There was a low-level panic running through me. We decided, without really saying it out loud, that we needed to leave. Slowly, we backed away from the river. I kept my eyes on that spot where I thought I'd seen the figure, but I couldn't catch another glimpse. Just trees and shadows. We moved up the slope, trying to be as quiet as possible. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It felt like eyes were on us, following our every step. The knocks continued, less frequent now, but still present. Some were closer, some farther away. It was as if there was a whole network of these things surrounding us, staying just out of sight. At one point, I almost tripped over a loose rock, and the sudden noise made me flinch. I half expected something to come charging at us. But nothing happened, just more silence and an occasional distant knock. By the time we got back to our car, I felt drained. We got in, locked the doors, and just sat there for a moment, looking at each other. Neither of us knew what to say. What we'd just experienced wasn't the kind of thing we could easily brush off. Before starting the engine, I rolled down the window just a crack, as if I'd hear something else. But it was quiet again. No knocking, no rustling, just the faint sound of wind. That silence didn't feel natural anymore. It felt intentional, like something had watched us leave and was now waiting for us to clear out. We didn't waste time. We started the car and drove off, leaving that pull-off behind. As we headed back toward the main road, I kept glancing in the side mirror, half expecting to see something step out onto the path behind us. But I saw nothing, just empty road and dusty shrubs. Back at home, we tried to discuss what happened, but we kept tripping over our words. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? The next day, I mentioned the knocks and the figure to a neighbor who'd lived in the area for a long time. He just shrugged and said he'd never heard of anything like that. I didn't push it. I didn't want to sound like a fool. But the experience stuck with me. My partner and I both know what we heard and what we saw. It wasn't a bird. It wasn't just random noises. It felt calculated. It felt like we weren't meant to be there. In the weeks and months after that day, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there were two hikers messing with us. Maybe someone set up a prank. But who would do that in the middle of nowhere, and so quietly, and with such perfect timing? And that figure, I've tried to convince myself it could have been a shadow, or maybe a large branch moving in the breeze. But it moved too purposefully. It shifted behind the trees in a smooth, silent motion that a person would have a hard time pulling off without making a sound. Besides, I've lived a long life and spent plenty of time outdoors. I know what a person looks like, even at a distance. The truth is, I still don't know what we encountered. All I have are my memories, the silence, the knocks, the strange figure, and that heavy feeling of being watched. It never happened to us again. We've been back to the Rio Charma area since then, though we tend to choose different spots. We haven't heard any more knocks, and we certainly haven't seen anything like that figure again. I guess the scariest part is the not knowing what made those sounds, why they seemed to be communicating, and why they were hidden from view. Not knowing if we interrupted something or if we were in danger. Not knowing if creatures like that are common out there, just staying out of sight as people pass by, clueless. Even now, when I think about it, I get a chill. Sometimes at night, I'll imagine those knocks echoing in the darkness, signaling back and forth across the silent landscape. It makes me wonder how much we don't see or hear when we're out in the wild, and it reminds me that there are still mysteries in the world that we can't explain. I don't expect anyone to fully believe me. Maybe if I hadn't been there, I'd doubt it too. But I know what we experienced that day near the Rio Charma. I know the fear I felt, the certainty that we were not alone, and the strange communication that seemed to be going on all around us. It happened, and since then, I've never looked at a quiet stretch of woodland in quite the same way. I can't explain it, and I don't think I ever will. It just remains this unsettling memory, something that creeps into my thoughts every now and then, reminding me that not everything out there fits neatly into what we think we know. Story 15. I still remember that night in 2015 like it happened last week. I was around 16 at the time, maybe just turning 17, and I was out at Moraine State Park in Pennsylvania. We were there on a scout camping trip, just a bunch of teenagers and a few adult leaders, spending the weekend out in the woods. It was the kind of trip we'd done before, but I remember feeling pretty excited because this area was known for being beautiful and a bit more secluded than some of our usual spots. The plan was simple: set up camp, sit around the fire, tell some stories, do a few scout activities, and then crash in our tents. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a standard scout outing. But that night, something happened that I still can't fully wrap my head around. I guess it all started sometime after midnight. I'm not sure exactly what time it was because I didn't have my phone right beside me. The adults had asked us to keep our electronics put away so we could be more in tune with nature, which in hindsight might have been a mistake because I'd killed to have had a recording of what I heard that night. But at the time, I just remember waking up with this weird feeling. You know that odd sensation when you're sleeping outdoors and something just feels off? The kind of feeling that pricks at the back of your neck and wakes you up for no clear reason. That's what happened to me. I was half asleep, but there was something wrong with the silence around me. It's hard to explain, but the forest had gone dead quiet in a way that didn't feel normal at all. Usually, even at night, you hear some crickets, maybe a distant owl, or the rustling of small animals moving through the brush. That's just the natural soundtrack when you're camping. But this night, it was like all of that had vanished. No crickets, no frogs near the water, no whisper of wind through the trees. Nothing, just the heavy silence pressing against my ears. I was lying there, eyes open in the darkness, listening. At first I tried to shrug it off. Maybe I'd just woken from a weird dream or something. But as I lay there, I became aware of a sound. It was faint at first, like a distant thok, thok. It reminded me a bit of someone hitting a tree with a heavy piece of wood. I didn't think much of it initially. In my groggy state, I thought maybe one of the other scouts was messing around, but why would anyone be awake and doing that in the middle of the night? I tried to ignore it, but then it happened again. A knock, then a pause, then another knock. These sounded more deliberate the second time I focused on them, like they were coming in a pattern. Then, after a few seconds, I heard a distant reply. Another set of knocks from what sounded like the other side of the lake. It startled me because the timing suggested that whatever was making these sounds was communicating somehow. My heart started beating faster. I didn't move. I just stayed still in my sleeping bag, listening. The knocks were distinct, like a thick branch hitting a tree trunk. They would come in a set, maybe 2 or 3 knocks, and then a moment of silence. Then, off in the distance, another set would answer. At first, it was like 2 sources calling back and forth. But then I realized there might have been more. It sounded like signals being passed around. One set of knocks came from what I guessed was the northeastern edge near the lake, and then another from the west side, maybe further into the woods. They were quiet but noticeable, echoing slightly over the still water. I felt a cold sweat forming on my forehead. I remember trying to control my breathing, worried that if I made a noise I would somehow draw attention. I kept asking myself what the hell it could be. My first rational guess was maybe other campers, but who does that at midnight? And why would they? Then I considered maybe it was animals, but what animal knocks on wood in such a deliberate pattern? I'd heard stories online, people talking about Bigfoot-like creatures using wood knocks to communicate. At the time, I'd rolled my eyes at those stories. But lying there, hearing these strange knocks, I started feeling really uneasy. I wasn't some hardcore believer, but I also couldn't ignore the fact that something weird was going on. The knocking continued for what felt like forever. I didn't have a watch on me, but I'm guessing it went on for at least a half hour. Each time the knocks would move slightly, as if whatever was making them was changing position, circling around. It was subtle, but I noticed that after one series of knocks, the next would come from a slightly different direction. It was like they were trying to triangulate something, or maybe surround our area. I listened intently. The other guys in my tent stayed asleep, or at least they pretended to. I think one of my friends stirred at one point, but he didn't say anything. Maybe he thought I was asleep, or maybe he thought he was still dreaming. I wish I had whispered to him, but I was too scared to make a sound. It felt like I needed to be as quiet as possible. I kept imagining looking out of the tent, but the idea terrified me. I didn't want to see what was out there. The thought of unzipping that tent flap and shining my flashlight into the pitch-black darkness made my stomach twist. The weird thing is, I never heard any footsteps. No snapping twigs, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just these hollow-sounding knocks. It was as if the source of the sound was always at a distance, carefully avoiding making any other noise, or maybe it was good at moving silently. That freaked me out even more. At least if I had heard footsteps, I could have convinced myself it was just some prankster sneaking around. But this was different. Every time I mustered the courage to think about what could do that, I came up blank. I thought about bigger animals, black bears maybe. But what bear knocks on wood in a pattern? Or even if it was humans, they would have to be extremely coordinated. I tried to imagine 2 or 3 people spread out around the lake, communicating by knocking on trees. But how would they move so quickly and quietly through that rugged terrain at night? And why would they even do it? The tension kept building inside me. At one point I thought I could feel vibrations in the ground, like something heavy was moving around out there, but I might have just been imagining it. The silence between knocks made my ears ring. I tried to focus on my breathing, keep myself calm, but my mind was racing with all kinds of thoughts. I wondered if I should wake the others, or if that would just make things worse. For some reason, I felt like I was intruding on something I wasn't supposed to witness. Like I had stumbled onto a secret exchange in the middle of the night, and if I let them know I was listening, something bad would happen. The knocks kept coming, now moving closer to the shoreline. Our campsite was set up not too far from the water, and I could picture the moonlit reflection on the lake's surface. But I didn't have to see it to know the sound was creeping around that edge. One knock would echo from near the water, then another from further off, and they kept this pattern going, like they were circling the lake's perimeter. I tried to figure out if they were getting closer to our tents, but it was hard to tell. It sounded like they stayed at a steady distance, not coming right up to us, but not going away either. After a long stretch of this back-and-forth knocking, something changed. There was a moment where it all stopped. Just silence again. Heavier than before. That was almost worse, because now I knew something was out there, and it had just gone quiet. My heart was pounding in my ears. I strained to hear anything, breathing, shuffling, anything. But there was nothing. Minutes passed. I could barely tell how long. It might have been 5 minutes, maybe 10. I felt like I was stuck in some kind of trap, waiting for the next sound to erupt. Then I heard what sounded like a single heavy knock from a direction that I hadn't heard before. It was more muffled, maybe further away. Then another knock, responding from what might have been the original spot. They exchanged a few more sets, but now they were quieter, more distant, like they were moving away. Eventually the knocks faded into the distance until I couldn't make them out anymore. After that, I just lay there, awake, trying to make sense of it. The night never really went back to normal. I didn't hear the typical forest sounds resume. It stayed oddly quiet, but at least the knocking was gone. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I remember was waking up to the first light of dawn. I climbed out of my tent, feeling groggy and a bit shaken. I looked around trying to see if there was any evidence of what had happened. The campsite looked normal. Just our tents, the fire pit with leftover ashes, and nothing out of place. Some of the other scouts were yawning, rubbing their eyes and complaining about the cold. Everything seemed ordinary, like nothing unusual had happened. I tried to see if there were any fresh footprints or broken branches near the trees, but I didn't really see anything that stood out. The ground was damp, the way it gets in the early morning, and if there had been footprints, maybe they'd been obscured, or maybe I just wasn't looking in the right place. I ended up asking one of my buddies if he had heard anything weird during the night. He just kind of shrugged and said he slept like a rock. Another guy said he heard some weird knocking, but assumed it was just someone chopping wood or something. That annoyed me because who the hell chops wood at midnight in complete darkness? But he didn't seem bothered. He clearly hadn't picked up on the pattern or the eerie feeling that I had. The adult leaders were too busy organizing breakfast and planning the morning activities to give me much attention. I considered telling them, but I knew I'd probably just sound like a kid who got spooked by the woods. Also, what would I say? I heard these weird knocks last night that sounded like signals across the lake, and I think there might be something out there. Without any proof, it would just come off as a silly story. Plus, I was still trying to process it myself. As the morning went on, I kept looking around, scanning the tree line, wondering if I would catch a glimpse of something. Some large, shadowy figure watching us, or maybe some odd markings on the trees that could explain the noises. But there was nothing. The forest looked just like any other morning. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, a light breeze, and the distant sound of birds finally breaking that creepy silence from the night before. I've been back to Moraine State Park a few times since then, but never to that exact spot. Each time, I think back to those knocks, trying to reason it out. Could it have been other people messing with us? Maybe a group of older kids or some locals trying to scare the scouts. But the patterns, the distances, and the absolute silence surrounding the knocks make it so damn weird. If it was people, why no laughter, no whispering, no footsteps? And how did they manage to coordinate so well in the dark, moving around the lake like that? Another possibility was some kind of animal behavior that I'm not familiar with. But I've spent a decent amount of time outdoors, and I've never encountered anything like that. Wood knocks are often rumored to be associated with Bigfoot encounters, at least in the stories and accounts I've come across later on. Back then, I didn't want to jump to that conclusion, but what else fits the description? The whole idea that something large and elusive could be out there, communicating across distances by knocking on wood, it gave me chills then, and it still does now. I know some people claim Bigfoot is just folklore, and maybe it is, but I can't ignore the fact that I experienced something that night that doesn't fit neatly into a box. It's been years now, and I still don't have a concrete explanation. I've told a few close friends over the years, and the reactions vary. Some find it interesting but shrug it off. Others get creeped out and say maybe I stumbled onto something truly weird. Without proof, I know it's just another weird camping story, something easily dismissed. But I was there. I remember how terrified I felt, how I tried to stay perfectly still, and how the air felt electric with tension. That feeling can't be faked or easily explained away. I guess the strangest part is that after it all ended, after those knocks stopped and the night went silent, everything just returned to normal by morning. No dramatic footprints, no broken branches, no strange smells, nothing. Just me and my memory of that night. And to this day, I have no solid answers. It was a single event that came out of nowhere and faded just as quietly. It left me with this nagging sense that there are things in the woods that we don't fully understand, things that watch from a distance and maybe communicate in ways we can barely comprehend. Maybe it was a group of people. Maybe it was some kind of rare animal behavior. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that doesn't want to be seen, only heard. I don't know. And that's what's so unsettling about it. All I have are these memories of a silent forest, a series of deliberate wooden knocks echoing around a lakeside campsite, and the lingering feeling that for one night I brushed up against something that remains hidden in the darkness of those Pennsylvania woods. It never happened to me again, and I never found any explanation that fits perfectly. It's just one of those mysteries I carry with me, something that changed the way I look at the quiet places in nature. Now, every time I go camping, I listen a little more closely when the forest goes silent, and I wonder if I'll hear those knocks again. Story 16. It happened on June 12, 2021. I remember the exact date because it was supposed to be this simple family outing near the Deer Lakes, just east of Lake City, Colorado. We'd planned it pretty casually. My wife, our 2 kids, and I decided to drive out there and maybe see some wildlife. My wife had read about a spot where you could sometimes catch a glimpse of moose and their calves. We weren't looking for anything crazy. It was just supposed to be a nice day out in nature, something to break the routine. The weather was decent, not too hot, but warm enough that I just had a light jacket on. The air was crisp, that high-altitude kind of crisp that makes you feel cleaner when you breathe it in. We arrived around mid-morning, found a place to park, and started walking along this dirt path that skirted the edge of some trees and opened up into a meadow-like area. Deer lakes themselves are kind of small and quiet, not some big touristy spot like other lakes around the state. It's a place you might pass by if you weren't specifically planning on stopping. It felt secluded enough that I expected we might have some luck spotting wildlife. We moved slowly, trying to keep the noise down. Our kids, one in middle school, the other still in elementary, were excited but doing their best to follow our whispered instructions. We were on the lookout for a mother moose and her calves, which some people on a local forum had mentioned were seen around that area recently. I've always had a fascination with wildlife, and moose, to me, are these majestic, somewhat mysterious creatures. They're big, sure, but there's a calmness about them that I've always respected. So, when we finally did spot them, just at the edge of a clearing, partially obscured by some willows, it was a quiet thrill. The mother moose and two calves were grazing near some brush, their big ears flicking away flies, their heads occasionally rising to check for danger. We watched from what I felt was a safe distance. I was using binoculars, trying to take in every detail without spooking them. My wife was next to me, and the kids were a little behind, whispering softly to each other. Then I heard it. This sound, just off to our left, maybe upslope a bit. It was a distinct clack, clack, like someone knocking two pieces of wood together. I glanced around, a bit confused at first. It wasn't incredibly loud, but it was definitely noticeable. The moose, oddly enough, didn't seem to care. They kept eating. The sound stopped for a moment, and I remember thinking it might be just a branch falling, or maybe a woodpecker, even though it didn't sound like one. But it wasn't random tapping like a woodpecker would make. It was more deliberate, more like someone taking a thick branch and hitting it against another tree trunk, carefully, as if testing something. A minute or two passed, and we were all quiet now, less focused on the moose and more on figuring out what that sound was. Then, off to the right, maybe a bit farther away, I heard another set of knocks. Similar pattern. Clack, clack, it was responding. To what, though? That's when I started getting this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. The only thing I knew about anything like this was stuff I'd read online about supposed Bigfoot behavior. People always mentioning strange knocking sounds, as if these creatures communicated by wood knocks. I'd never put much stock in it. I mean, who really believes that stuff when you're sitting comfortably in your living room? But standing out there in the quiet woods, hearing these distinct knocks that seemed to answer each other from different points on the slope, it felt so much more real. I tried to stay calm. My wife whispered something like, "Did you hear that?" And I just nodded. The kids were starting to sense something was off. They kept quiet, but I could see their eyes darting around. Another few knocks came from somewhere behind us, and that's when I really started to get uneasy. We were in the middle of a pretty remote area. Sure, Lake City's not the end of the earth, but these were not crowded trails, and these sounds weren't coming from right next to a campground or anything. They seemed to be coming from deeper within the tree line, on the slopes around the lakes. What got me more worked up was that it seemed like the knocking intensified as more people showed up nearby. I guess some other visitors had walked up the trail a bit behind us. I noticed a couple with a camera and another small group of hikers farther down. Nothing too big, but definitely more human presence than when we first arrived. The moment these people got closer, the knocking pattern changed. It was more frequent, and it seemed to come from more than 2 points now, as if whatever was making those sounds was reacting to us or communicating about us. I know it sounds paranoid, but that's the impression I got. Like, we show up quietly and there's a knock or two. Then more people arrive, making more noise, and suddenly the knocks turn into a kind of alert system. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was trying to keep tabs on us. I tried to locate the sound more precisely. I squinted into the woods, looking for any movement. Nothing obvious, just trees, shadowy undergrowth, and the occasional bird flitting by. No people, no sign of a prankster. I'm telling you, the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. It's a feeling I don't get often. I've done a bit of hiking and camping in my life, even encountered bears once or twice, and while that's scary in its own right, this was different. This felt calculated, like something with intelligence was deliberately making these sounds. My wife looked at me, and I could see the question in her eyes. Should we leave? I wasn't sure yet, so I just slowly shook my head, as if to say, let's wait a bit. I mean, we came all this way to see the moose, and we had seen them. They were still there, mostly ignoring us, but I couldn't appreciate them anymore. The tension was too high. As we stood there, another sequence of knocks came from the slope to our left. The pattern was similar each time, maybe 2 or 3 knocks, then silence. Then, a response from another direction with 1 or 2 knocks. At first, I tried to tell myself it could be falling branches or some kind of natural phenomenon, but it was too rhythmic, too intentional. My daughter tugged at my sleeve, pointing at something on the ground. Just some unusual footprints in the softer dirt near the tree line, maybe just the partial imprint of a boot or a large animal hoof. Not a clear print, but enough to make my imagination run wild. We didn't see any huge footprints or anything definitively strange, but at that point, I was already imagining big, hairy creatures hidden behind those trees. Time passed slowly. Maybe we spent about an hour total at the spot, but it felt like longer. The knocking continued intermittently. Sometimes it sounded closer, other times farther away, like whatever was making the sound was moving around, or there was more than one of them. The other visitors in the area seemed puzzled too. I saw a couple turning their heads, trying to pinpoint the source, while another guy scanned the tree line with binoculars. No one said anything out loud, at least not loud enough for us to hear, but I could sense a growing unease spreading among us. Eventually, I decided we should head back toward our car. My stomach was knotted up, and I felt vulnerable out there, especially with the kids. We backed away carefully, trying not to appear panicked, as if that mattered. Whatever was out there, if it was indeed something alive and intelligent, probably knew exactly what we were doing. The moose had begun moving off anyway, and I was more than happy to let them go on their way without us hovering around. As we walked back, the forest around us was oddly silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Every so often I would look over my shoulder, half expecting to see a huge shape darting between the trees. But I never saw anything, just the lingering sensation that we were being watched. The trail wasn't long, and it didn't take too much time to get back near the parking area, but just before we reached it, right when I thought we'd left this weirdness behind, there was one final knock from higher up the slope. It wasn't faint. It had enough volume that it made me stop in my tracks. It sounded almost like a warning, a single solid thump of wood against wood. That last knock gave me chills. It felt like a parting message, something that said, "We know you're here, we know you're leaving, and we're still watching." My wife grabbed my arm, and we exchanged looks. Neither of us needed to say anything. The kids looked scared. I tried to stay composed, gave them a little reassuring nod as if everything was fine. But honestly, I had no idea what to think at that point. On the drive back toward Lake City, we talked quietly among ourselves. The kids asked what we heard. My wife and I tried to be rational. Maybe it was just other hikers playing tricks. Maybe some weird echoing sounds of people cutting wood, though we saw no sign of that. Or maybe even an animal behavior we didn't understand. But deep down, we both knew that those knocks didn't sound random. They sounded like signals. I'd read enough accounts, always with a grain of salt, about Bigfoot and strange wood knocks in the wilderness. I never really believed them wholeheartedly. It always seemed like folklore or someone's overactive imagination. But hearing it with my own ears in the middle of nowhere changes things. I'm not saying I'm 100% convinced it was a Bigfoot. I'm just saying I can't explain it with anything else that makes sense to me. The weirdest part was how the knocking seemed to increase as more people arrived, as if multiple watchers on the hillside were communicating. And then that final knock as we left, like it was acknowledging our departure. I can't shake the feeling that we stumbled into something we weren't supposed to hear. It's like we caught a glimpse of a hidden communication system, some sort of back and forth between unseen beings that didn't appreciate our presence. The intelligence behind it is what scares me the most. Nature can be cruel or random, but it usually follows patterns we understand. This just felt like someone, or something, was actively reacting to us. Ever since that day, I think about it differently when I'm in the woods. Every snap of a branch makes me wonder if someone's watching. I'm way more aware of my surroundings, and I've looked up stories online from people who claim to have had similar experiences. The thing is, none of them can prove it. None of us can. That's what's so maddening. If I had taken a recording, would it even help? People would just say it's a hoax or a hunter in the distance, and maybe that's what it was. But in my gut, I know the difference between a random noise and something that feels directed at you. I've thought about going back, maybe this time with better equipment, maybe with some kind of plan. But at the same time, I'm nervous. What if I do find something? What would I do then? Call the authorities and say I heard wood knocks that I think might be Bigfoot? They'd laugh me right off the phone. So I'm stuck with this memory that I can't fully process. It happened. I heard it. My family heard it. Other people there that day heard it. But we all left without answers. Months later, I still get that eerie feeling when I remember the final knock. It's like that sound got imprinted in my mind. It's a reminder that something was out there on that slope, something I can't identify, something that apparently didn't want to be seen, but wanted us to know it was there. And that's the creepiest part. It played out like a game of hide and seek, where we never saw the seeker, only heard its signals. The silence between knocks was as unsettling as the knocks themselves. All in all, that's what happened to us that day. We went out looking for a glimpse of moose and ended up hearing these strange, coordinated knocks echoing through the woods east of Lake City. We tried to find explanations, but none fit perfectly. Now I'm left with a memory that makes the hair stand up on my arms just thinking about it, and the lingering question, what the hell was out there, watching us, communicating with those wooden knocks and keeping track of everything we did? It's something I can't explain, and I guess I never will. Maybe that's the end of it. The day started like any normal family outing and ended with me shaken, uneasy, and a bit more open to the unknown. It's been years now, and I still recall that June day like it was yesterday. I think about how silent the forest went, how deliberate those knocks sounded, and how that final one followed us out, like a sentry at a gate of a world we don't understand, closing it behind us. And that's it. It just stopped. Nothing like that has happened to me since. I can't prove any of it. All I have is my memory, the uneasy feeling in my gut, and the knowledge that something out there was watching us with an intelligence I can't explain. Story 17. I remember that day so vividly, and yet whenever I try to piece it all together, it still makes no sense. It was a warm summer afternoon in 2021. I know it was 2021 because I remember checking the date on my phone earlier that morning before we set out. We were at Salt Fork State Park in Ohio, a place I'd been to a few times before, but mostly just to fish or hang around near the marina. I wasn't some hardcore outdoors person, but I liked being out on the water. That day, a few friends and I decided to rent a small boat to get away from the crowds near the main dock area. Nothing special, just a simple outing. It was supposed to be about relaxation, maybe a little quiet fishing, maybe just sipping a drink while drifting around. The lake was calm, just a slight breeze. The sun was bright, but not blinding. The kind of afternoon that makes you feel lucky to be outdoors. I remember that we navigated away from the area where people were launching boats, where kids were splashing near the shoreline, and just followed the water back into one of those coves or inlets. Salt Fork has a lot of these little nooks tucked away from the main part of the lake, places where you can drift and barely see anyone else. We wanted that peace and quiet. I think we were all just looking to escape the noise of the main boating area, the hum of engines and the chatter of families. We wanted to hear the water lap against the hull, the breeze through the leaves, maybe spot a crane or a deer on the shore. When we got into this little cove, it felt different immediately. I'm not going to say it felt evil or anything dramatic like that, but it felt still. The kind of stillness that makes you notice your own breathing. The trees were thick on both sides, rising up from the edges of the water, their branches forming a canopy over parts of the bank. The only sounds at first were insects buzzing in the brush and the gentle slosh of water as we drifted. We cut the motor to just enjoy that quiet. I sat there, leaning over the side, letting my fingers skim the surface, enjoying the coolness on my skin. We were all pretty mellow at that point. No one was talking much, just kind of taking it in. That's when I heard it. It started as this distant, muffled moan, like something trying to push through the dense green of the forest. I remember lifting my head and looking over at the others, and I could see that expression on their faces, a kind of shared confusion. At first I thought maybe it was some piece of old machinery back in the woods, like a rusty pump or something left behind by park maintenance. But it kept going, this weird, low, wailing sound that rose and fell in a way that was almost like a siren. Not a modern siren, though. It reminded me of an old, wind-up air raid siren you'd expect to hear in an old wartime documentary. Except this one was organic somehow. It didn't sound mechanical. It didn't sound like any animal call I'd ever heard either. It was too drawn out, too eerie, and it had this strange, hollow quality, like it was echoing inside the forest itself. We all just froze. Usually, in situations like this, someone pipes up with an explanation or cracks a joke, but no one said anything. We were just staring at the tree line, as if the sound were painted onto the leaves. I tried to think of what could make a noise like that. Maybe a big bird. But no, I've heard plenty of birds and none sounded like that. A coyote? No way. Coyotes have a distinct yipping, howling pattern, nothing this smooth and siren-like. A bobcat? They can sound unsettling, but this was different. It had a rhythmic rise and fall, a pattern that felt purposeful. We were probably only listening for maybe 30 seconds, but it felt a lot longer. The sound got a bit louder, or at least clearer, as if whatever was making it had stepped closer to the shoreline, but still hidden behind layers of greenery. My heart was starting to race. I felt my stomach tighten. I know I wasn't the only one. My friend who sat near the front of the boat turned and shot me a look, wide-eyed, as if to confirm that we were all hearing the same thing. The strangest part was how the atmosphere seemed to change. It was like the forest got quieter, as if even the insects and birds were silenced by this noise. The hairs on my arms stood up. I felt a sudden urge to just turn the engine back on and get the hell out of there. But I waited, thinking maybe I could catch a glimpse of something, some shape moving between the trees, a clue that could put my mind at ease. But I saw nothing, just thick foliage and shadows. I've heard stories, mostly online, about strange encounters at Salt Fork State Park. There are rumors of Bigfoot sightings, weird howls, strange footprints found in the mud. I never took them seriously. I always thought people let their imaginations run wild, that they heard a fox or an owl and spun it into a cryptid story. But standing there in that boat, the sound washing over us like an unseen wave, I started to get that prickly feeling at the back of my neck. The feeling like you're being watched, like something out there is aware of you, even if you can't see it. I tried to be rational. Maybe it was a distant siren from a road outside the park, and the echo was just bouncing weirdly. But this sounded too close, too alive. It felt like a vocalization, like a call. Then it changed slightly. The call dipped into a lower register and ended abruptly in a kind of grunt. That's when I heard branches cracking, like something big moving through the underbrush. Not just a deer stepping quietly. This sounded heavier, like something pushing aside limbs or stomping on fallen logs. The feeling that we shouldn't be there hit me hard. I could almost sense the presence of something large and intelligent behind that curtain of green leaves. And I realized I didn't want to see it. I didn't want it to come any closer. I remember one of my friends finally whispered, "Let's just go," but his voice was almost inaudible. He sounded scared, and he rarely ever shows fear. I nodded and made a quiet gesture to start the engine. I was worried that the sudden noise might provoke whatever was out there, but I was more afraid of staying. The sound had stopped, but the oppressive quiet remained. I felt like we were intruding on something's territory, and that something was fully aware of us. As my other friend gently pulled the starter cord, the small outboard engine coughed to life. The moment it did, I swore I heard a sudden burst of movement in the woods, a rapid shuffle of leaves and maybe even a soft, guttural huffing noise. It's hard to describe. It sounded agitated, like we'd disrupted something. I turned my gaze to the shoreline, scanning desperately for a shape, a face, anything. But I only caught a glimpse of movement, maybe just a bush swaying or a branch snapping back into place after being pulled. It was too quick, and maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. We eased the boat out of that cove, not slamming the throttle, just easing it so we could slip away without causing too much commotion. Once we were out in more open water, I felt some of that tension lift. The normal sounds of the lake returned. Distant laughter, another boat's engine humming across the water, birdsong overhead. I realized I was sweating, my shirt damp along my back. No one said much. We just looked at each other, knowing we'd all heard it, we'd all felt that presence, trying to process it. That evening, after we returned the boat and went back to our campground, we finally talked about it a bit more. Everyone agreed that it sounded like nothing they'd ever encountered. We tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a deer with some bizarre vocalization, or a bear making a strange call. But black bears don't sound like that, and a deer sure doesn't moan like a siren. Then one of my friends mentioned Bigfoot. He said it half jokingly, but I could tell he was rattled. I couldn't laugh it off this time. The known stories of Salt Fork being a hotspot for Bigfoot sightings suddenly didn't seem so ridiculous. People always talk about these deep, haunting howls or screams attributed to Bigfoot. I'd read about it online. People say they hear these siren-like wails echoing through the valleys at night. But we were there in broad daylight, and it felt different, knowing I'd been inches away from that forest's edge when it happened. The more I think about it, the more I believe we encountered something that day that wasn't just a normal animal. The sound had a quality that made my insides twist, like it was designed to unnerve anything that heard it. It was too purposeful. The sudden breaking of branches, the feeling of being watched, it all points to something large and aware, and it didn't want us there. To this day, I can't fully explain what we heard. I've listened to recordings online of supposed Bigfoot calls, weird screams recorded in remote areas, and some are sort of close. but none match exactly what we heard. They get the general eerie tone right, that hair-raising pitch, but the live experience was something else. You had to feel it reverberate around you, see the way the forest seemed to react, how even the air felt thicker. I know I might sound dramatic, but I don't know how else to explain that sensation. I still think about that cove in Salt Fork. Part of me wonders what would have happened if we stayed a few minutes longer. Would we have seen something come out from behind those trees? Would it have approached the water's edge? The thought alone makes me anxious. Maybe we did the right thing by leaving. I have no desire to go back to that exact spot and try to provoke another encounter. I love nature, but I'm not one of those people who needs to find proof. I'm good with not knowing exactly what was in those woods that day. What bothers me the most is how quickly it began and ended. It was like flipping a switch. 1 minute we were in quiet, peaceful surroundings. The next we were confronted with this bizarre siren-like call, and just as suddenly it stopped. We didn't hear it again once we left that cove. We went on with our day, ate dinner, and tried to enjoy the rest of our trip. But that sound followed me home in my head. Even now, I can close my eyes and recall it, that haunting rise and fall. It still makes the hair on my neck stand on end. I haven't told a lot of people about this. Most would just laugh or think I'm making it up. Those who believe in Bigfoot or cryptids might say we were lucky to have had such a close encounter. I don't feel lucky, though. I feel unsettled. To hear something so out of place in a setting that should be normal and safe, it changes the way you see the world. It reminds you that there are still mysteries out there, pockets of wilderness where we don't have all the answers. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's what keeps the world interesting. But I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget how powerless I felt, drifting in that boat, staring at those silent trees. How I realized that we were guests in a place we didn't fully understand, and how something hidden from view decided to make its presence known in a way that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. It started with that strange siren-like moan and ended with us fleeing, unsure of what we'd just experienced and unable to find any logical explanation. Even now, all these months later, I'm still haunted by that sound, that memory, and I have no idea what it really was. It just happened, and then it stopped, leaving me with a question mark that I'll probably never resolve. Story 18. I still get that uneasy feeling in my stomach whenever I think back to what happened in early 2021, when I was camping near Julian, California. I guess I'm writing this now because I need to get it off my chest. I never fully understood what we experienced out there, and I'm not saying I know what it was, just that it wasn't something I can easily explain. My partner and I had gone out to this spot a few kilometers south of town, in a quiet, forested area in the mountains. We had been there once before during the day to scout it out. It wasn't an official campground with marked sites or anything, more like a rough clearing that seemed perfect for pitching a tent. We'd heard from a friend that it was a peaceful place, really private, and that's exactly what we wanted. We're not huge into crowded campgrounds. We wanted that quiet, intimate feel you get when it's just you and the woods. The area we chose was a small clearing, surrounded by tall pines and a few oaks. There was this kind of natural bowl shape to the terrain. The ground dipped, and you could look up and see layers of trees kind of rising around you. The trees were pretty dense. We set up camp in the early evening, just before sunset. It was winter, and the days were short, so by around 5 or 6 p.m. it was already getting dark. The night sky came on quickly, and we were left with this crisp, cold air and a surprisingly still atmosphere. I say surprisingly, because Julian's known for occasional wildlife, and I'd expected at least some rustling in the underbrush. But that night, everything just went silent. If I closed my eyes, I might have thought I was in a soundproof room. No distant cars, no voices, no animals, just the gentle whisper of the wind moving through the treetops. It was peaceful, but that kind of peace can sometimes feel eerie. It's the type of quiet where you start focusing on the tiniest sounds. We'd brought a friend along, my partner's old college roommate. So there were 3 of us total. This friend set his tent about 10 yards away from ours, just to give some space. We had a small fire going, made some simple camp food, and sat around talking. Around 10 or 11 p.m. we called it a night. There was nothing weird up to that point, just the normal feeling of being out in the mountains, away from town lights. I remember zipping myself into the sleeping bag and feeling good about the next morning. We'd planned on doing a bit of hiking at dawn, maybe catching a nice sunrise view. But something changed in the pre-dawn hours. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, probably around 4 or 5 in the morning, when I started noticing the absolute stillness again. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears strain. Usually before the sun comes up, you might hear some birds warming up their calls, or small critters moving around. But there was just nothing, only the wind in the branches above. My partner was still asleep next to me, breathing softly. I tried to get back to sleep, but something felt off. I don't know if it was a subtle instinct or what, but I remember feeling slightly on edge, for no good reason I could name. Then I heard it, a single knock, like someone hitting a piece of wood against a tree trunk. Just one solid thok sound that echoed through the valley below us. It wasn't super loud, but in that silence, it carried. I froze, holding my breath, trying to figure out what I'd just heard. It wasn't the sound of a branch falling. Trust me, I've heard that before. This was too deliberate. It sounded purposeful. I waited, straining my ears, trying not to wake my partner, but she stirred a little. I'm sure she must have heard it too, but she didn't say anything yet. I kept waiting, but for a couple minutes there was nothing. Just when I thought maybe I'd imagined it, I heard another noise. Not a knock this time, but a kind of whooping call. It was faint and far away, maybe down the slope and across a small ravine. I can't describe it well, but it was like a short whoop sound, unlike any bird or animal I knew. It sounded almost like a person making a call with their mouth, but definitely not in a normal human tone. It had a weird resonance to it. A minute or so later there was another whoop, this time closer. This second whoop made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Whatever made that sound was large, or at least that's how it felt. Immediately after that second whoop, I heard the birds in the trees nearby go nuts, like a sudden burst of alarm calls. They fluttered around, cawing and screeching, and then, just as quickly, they shut up again. Absolute silence returned, like someone had turned off a switch. I gently shook my partner awake. She whispered something like, "Did you hear that?" And I nodded. I could see the worry in her eyes, even in the dim light. We tried to be still and quiet, listening. Our friend in the other tent must have been awake too, because I heard him rustle inside his tent, the sound of a zipper slowly being pulled. We all just stayed where we were, each probably hoping the others would say something to make sense of it, but no one spoke. As dawn started to break, the sky got that bluish tint. I felt a bit more at ease once I could see shapes and outlines of the trees. The darkness felt heavy before, but now at least we had some light. We crawled out of the tents one by one, and I saw my friend standing there with this concerned look on his face. We quietly compared notes. He said he heard a single wood knock too, but in a different direction than the one I'd heard. He pointed to the other side of our campsite, the opposite direction from where I'd heard mine. That creeped me out, because it suggested that whatever was out there wasn't just in one spot. It might have been moving around us, or maybe there were multiple things. We talked in hushed voices, trying to rationalize what we'd heard. Could it have been a branch snapping in the wind? But the wind wasn't that strong. Could it have been a bird call? But why would the birds react so strangely afterward, and why that distinct whoop sound that really sounded nothing like any bird I know? Plus, the knocks seemed too intentional. I've spent enough time outdoors to know what random forest sounds are like, and these weren't random. They had a pattern, like a signal. By the time the sun really began lighting up the clearing, I had a weird feeling in my gut. I've heard stories online about strange wood knocks and whoops, often linked to mysterious creatures in the woods. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, call it what you will. I'd always taken those stories with a grain of salt, maybe chuckled a bit at them. But standing there, not far from Julian, in this quiet patch of forest, I didn't feel like laughing. I felt like we'd just stumbled into something's territory, and it wanted us to know we were being watched. That's the best way I can put it. We all had that uneasy sense that we weren't alone, that something out there was making sure we didn't get too comfortable. We decided to walk a short distance around our campsite to see if we could spot anything unusual. The ground was mostly covered in pine needles, so it wasn't easy to find footprints. We looked for broken branches, disturbed foliage, anything that might hint at an animal passing through. We didn't find much, just normal forest floor stuff. But the feeling didn't go away. Every time a branch cracked in the distance or a breeze pushed through the branches, I jumped inside. My partner stayed close to me, and she's not the type to freak out over nothing. Normally she's the calm one, but even she looked rattled. As the morning wore on, we tried to return to our original plan, make some coffee, eat a quick breakfast, and maybe head out for a hike. But it was hard to focus. The silence returned, but now it felt like a different kind of silence, more like we were being listened to as well. We all spoke in low tones, trying not to sound too nervous, but our words were clipped and tense. The coffee tasted bitter, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I caught myself constantly scanning the tree line, expecting to see a shape moving between the trunks. At one point, while cleaning up some things around the fire pit, I heard another distant knock. This time it was faint, almost as if whatever was doing it was farther away. I glanced at my partner and my friend, but they pretended not to notice, or maybe they didn't want to acknowledge it, or maybe they didn't hear it as clearly as I did. To me, it sounded like the first sound we'd heard in the pre-dawn hours, but more distant now, like a warning that we'd better not stray too far, or that it was still around, just out of sight. We never saw any large animals. We never saw footprints that clearly belonged to something unknown. There were no huge silhouettes behind the trees. We didn't find any strange hair or scat or anything like that. So for all I know, maybe we were just spooking ourselves over some weird natural phenomenon. But I don't think so. The whoops had a strange character to them, something that felt purposeful and intelligent. The knocks felt like communication, not random noise. And the way the birds reacted, like they were startled and alarmed, made it even stranger. I've never experienced birds going from total silence to chaotic flapping and calling, and then back to silence in such a quick, synchronized way, especially not at that time of day. As we packed up to leave, I felt both relieved and frustrated. Relieved because I wanted to get out of that area. Frustrated because I knew we'd walk away with no proof, nothing solid to show anyone else. Just our stories and the uneasy memory of that weird morning. We hiked back to our car, which was parked a good distance away down a rough dirt track. The whole walk back, I kept turning around, expecting to see something following us. But there was nothing, just trees, bushes, rocks, and the sound of our boots crunching on the trail. We never told anyone official about it. Who would we tell anyway? The park authorities, the sheriff's department in Julian? What would we say? That we heard some knocks and whoops in the forest and got freaked out? They'd probably just shrug and say maybe it was coyotes or some other animal. But I know what coyotes sound like. I've heard their yips and calls a bunch of times. This was no coyote. My friend tried to joke about it later, saying maybe some other campers were messing with us. But we didn't see or hear any other campers the whole time, and we were pretty far off any main trails. It felt more remote than that. Another possibility. Maybe someone local was out there looking to scare people away. But then, why just knock on wood and whoop once or twice? Why not approach us or come closer? We didn't hear footsteps, no human voices whispering or laughing, just those bizarre sounds. To this day, I can't explain it. I've gone online and read a bunch of accounts from people who've had weird encounters in the woods. Everything from strange calls to wood knocks that they believe come from a Bigfoot or something similar. I'm not saying that's what we encountered, but it sure fits the pattern of some of those stories. It matches that feeling people describe. This unsettling impression that something big and aware is out there, monitoring you but staying just out of sight. It's the combination of the sounds, the stillness, and the reactions of the wildlife that just sticks with me. I guess the scariest part is that it all happened in such a short window of time. Before dawn, everything normal, then suddenly these strange noises, just a few minutes of intense weirdness, and then it stopped. By daylight, we had nothing concrete except our own shaken nerves. It's like something crept close in the darkness, tested us, made sure we knew it was there, and then vanished as soon as there was enough light for us to see it. That pattern, quiet approach in the dark, a couple of signals, and then a silent retreat, just messes with your head. We haven't been back to that exact spot since. We still camp, but now I choose places that are a bit more frequented, where at least I know there are other people around. I never thought I'd crave the comfort of knowing other humans were close by, but after that experience, I do. I keep thinking about how helpless we would have been if something had come rushing at us. We had no firearms, just a small can of bear spray. But maybe this thing, if it was a thing, wasn't interested in harming us. Maybe it was just a warning, or maybe it was curious. I'll never really know. It's been a couple of years now, and the memory still gives me chills. I can't explain it. I know what I heard, and my partner and friend confirm that we all experienced something unusual. But I have no evidence, no photos, nothing but this story. And I guess that's the hardest part, knowing that most people who hear this will assume I'm either making it up or exaggerating. All I can say is that it was very real to me at the time. The silence, the knocks, the whoops, the birds freaking out, these details are burned into my mind. I wish I had a neat conclusion or a final piece of evidence that would tie it all together. But I don't. All I have is the memory of that eerie pre-dawn experience and the unsettling feeling that something large and attentive was watching us from the shadows of those trees, leaving me with a question I still can't answer. Story 19. I remember it was sometime around late August of 2009. It was past midnight, maybe around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was driving back home with my cousin. We'd been out in the nearby town. Just a quiet night doing not much of anything special, maybe grabbing a bite, chatting with a couple of friends, and we decided to head back to our place near White Shield, North Dakota. If you know the area, you know it's rural, and at night it's just darkness and a long stretch of road with barely any lights except maybe your own headlights and the stars above. I'm not the type to scare easily, but this particular night stuck with me in a way I can't shake off, even all these years later. My cousin was riding shotgun. He was quieter than usual on that drive. Normally we'd be joking about something dumb or planning out our next weekend, but that night we were both kind of in that state where you get when it's late, and the road seems endless, and all you have is the hum of the engine and the occasional shape of a fence post passing by. The air outside was cool but not freezing. It was August after all, and the fields around us were just endless stretches of darkness. We were on one of those back roads you take to avoid a longer route, a shortcut we'd used 100 times before. Nothing ever seemed strange about it until that night. Out of nowhere, as I was driving, my cousin sort of tensed up. I could feel it from the passenger seat. He just straightened his back, leaned forward, and said nothing at first. I thought maybe he saw a deer or something on the side of the road. That's pretty common around here, and the last thing I wanted was to slam into some wildlife. I slowed down a bit, squinting to see what he was looking at, but I didn't see anything. I asked him quietly, "You okay?" And he just raised his hand, signaling me to hold on a second. So I kept driving, a bit slower now, maybe 40 miles an hour, trying to catch something in the beams of the headlights. As we rounded a small bend, nothing dramatic, just a slight curve in the road, I saw something up ahead. It was standing near the ditch on the right side of the road. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe a really tall guy wearing a coat or something, but my headlights caught these weird details. It was huge, broad-shouldered, and covered in what looked like thick, dark hair. It was just standing there, not moving out of the way, not startled by the car. We were maybe 50 or 60 feet away at this point, and I braked pretty hard. The car skidded a little on the gravel, and we came to almost a complete stop about 30 feet away from this thing. When the car settled and the dust from the tires cleared, the headlights lit it up pretty well. This thing wasn't a man. It was around 8 feet tall. I say that because I remember comparing its height to a nearby fence post that I know is about 5 feet. This creature was at least a couple feet taller than that, maybe more. Its outline was unmistakably massive, shoulders really wide, arms longer than any human's, and it was covered in dark, shaggy hair. Not fur like a bear, something else. Longer hair, kind of uneven. I remember its posture. It stood almost straight up, not hunched like a bear would be if it stood on 2 legs, and its face, though I couldn't see clearly, seemed to be somewhat flat, with dark, deep-set eyes that reflected the headlights in a weird way. My cousin just muttered, "What the hell is that?" We were both freaked out. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. The creature stood there, and for a brief moment it almost looked like it was appraising us. There was this tension, like it was deciding what to do. I half expected it to charge the car or run off into the field. Instead, it just took a step or two back into the ditch, as if letting us pass, but it didn't run away completely. It was as if it wanted to stay partially visible. I remember feeling this overwhelming dread, like we were seeing something we weren't supposed to. I didn't feel curious or excited, just terrified and confused. I know what people say about Bigfoot and all those legends, especially out in these more remote places. I'd heard stories from old-timers, from some of my friends' parents, about weird sightings, strange footprints, and odd noises at night. But I never took it seriously. It always felt like folklore or something you read online for fun. Now I was face to face with something that didn't fit into any category I was familiar with. It wasn't a bear, that's for sure. I've seen bears up close. They don't stand there calmly like that. They don't have that kind of presence. This thing felt almost human, but not quite. It was like looking at some primal, wild version of a human, something that shouldn't exist. I didn't know what to do. My cousin was breathing heavily. I could hear every breath. I eased off the brake and started to roll forward slowly. As we passed by, we didn't get any closer than 20 feet. The creature stayed about the same distance away, watching. I couldn't see any obvious expression on its face, but I felt watched, scrutinized. The headlights glared off its eyes just for a second, and there was this reflection, almost yellowish. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I tried not to look directly into its eyes because I was terrified of what might happen if I did. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Once we were past it, I hit the gas harder than I intended. The tires kicked up gravel, and the back end of the car swayed a bit before I got control again. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw it step further back. Then it vanished into the darkness. It didn't run, didn't chase after us, just slipped away into the night. My cousin turned around in his seat, trying to get one last look, but it was too dark. We drove in complete silence for maybe 5 minutes. Then he just said, "We just saw something. I don't even know what to say." I wanted to respond, but I couldn't form words that made sense. It was like my brain was refusing to process what I had seen. When we finally got home, I think it took us another 20 minutes or so, I parked the car in the driveway. Our house isn't large, but it's cozy, and usually seeing that porch light makes me feel safe. That night, though, I felt anxious and exposed even at home. We got out of the car and went straight inside. I guess we must have been pale as ghosts, because my aunt, who was still awake reading or something, took one look at us and asked what happened. I tried to explain, stammering, We saw something on the road, something huge and hairy." I spoke loudly enough that it woke a few more family members. Before we knew it, we had a small group gathered in the living room. They looked at us like we were nuts, but they could see we were genuinely shaken. I described the height, the hair, the eyes, everything. My cousin nodded at every detail. We weren't making it up. My voice was shaking. I felt a lump in my throat the whole time. I've never been one for drama, but I almost started crying because it was just so overwhelming and terrifying. My uncle asked if we'd been drinking, which pissed me off a bit because we'd only had sodas. Another cousin asked if maybe it was a guy in a costume, and I snapped back that nobody would be out there in the middle of the night standing in a ditch, risking getting hit by a car just to scare two random guys. It made no sense. The whole family started arguing about what it could have been. My aunt said maybe a bear, but I knew it wasn't. I know what a bear looks like. We see them occasionally, but they don't just stand around like that, and they sure as hell don't look that tall and human-like. My cousin and I stuck to our story. We saw something that shouldn't be there, something that might be a Bigfoot or something along those lines. I felt crazy even saying that word out loud, but I had no better explanation. The night was pretty much ruined for everyone. Nobody went back to bed right away. We stayed up talking, and the tension was thick in the air. Eventually, the suggestion came up that we should go back the next day, in daylight, and check the spot. That might prove something. Footprints. Maybe some evidence that we weren't imagining things. I wasn't thrilled about going back, but I also felt a weird responsibility to prove we weren't lying or losing our minds. The next day, after we had a few hours of restless sleep, we headed back to that same stretch of road. We took 2 cars and brought a few family members along. My cousin and I led them to the exact spot where we had slammed on the brakes. It was still early in the day, and the sun was bright enough that everything looked normal. At first glance, you wouldn't think anything unusual had happened there. Just a quiet ditch alongside a rural road, a fence line, and some scattered bushes and small trees. We started looking around, spreading out a bit. We didn't know what we were looking for exactly. Maybe hair caught on a branch, maybe footprints in the softer ground. I had brought a couple of decent flashlights, even though it was daytime, in case we needed to look under thick brush or something. After a few minutes, I heard my uncle call out, "Hey, come look at this." He was standing near a patch of softer soil, kind of near the fence line. I hurried over, heart pounding because I wanted to see something, anything that would confirm I hadn't lost my mind. He pointed to a large imprint in the dirt. It looked like a footprint, but bigger than any human footprint I'd ever seen. This thing was massive, at least 15 or 16 inches long, maybe around 40 centimeters. I'm not great at exact measurements, but we compared it to my shoe size, and I wear a size 11, about 11 inches, and this print dwarfed that. The outline wasn't perfect, but you could see what seemed like toes. It looked deep, like something heavy had stepped there, compressing the soil more than a normal person would. And there wasn't just one print. There were several, spaced out in a pattern that suggested a long stride. Each footprint was about 4 feet apart, around 1.2 meters, which is huge, far larger than a normal human step. We followed these prints a little way, and after maybe 4 or 5 steps, they disappeared into an area where the ground was harder. But then we noticed something else. Some of the nearby branches were snapped. These weren't tiny twigs. They were thick branches that would have taken serious force to break. They were twisted and hanging awkwardly. I tried to imagine what could have done that. A big animal, sure, but we'd need something that walks upright and can reach 7 or 8 feet off the ground. It wasn't just a deer or elk scraping by. We took pictures with our phones. This was 2009, so the phone cameras weren't great, but we did what we could. My cousin was still quiet, just staring at the footprints, shaking his head. We tried to follow any trail, but eventually we just ran out of obvious signs. The footprints only went so far. It was almost like this thing had stepped off into the brush and vanished. We looked around for hours, but the more we searched, the more we realized we weren't going to find it. The day wore on, and we got nowhere. It was frustrating, but at the same time, I felt a strange sense of relief. At least the footprints proved something had been there. We weren't just seeing things. Over the following days, a few of us went back periodically, sometimes at night with powerful flashlights, sometimes during the day, hoping to catch another glimpse of whatever it was. But we never saw it again. No more footprints that we could find, no weird sounds, nothing. It was as if that one encounter was a fluke, something that happened in the middle of nowhere, with no explanation, and then vanished without a trace. To this day, I still think about that night. The area around White Shield might not be famous for these sightings, but there are plenty of local legends and stories passed around about strange creatures roaming the plains at night. I never believed them before, but now I'm not so sure. I don't know what we saw. Call it a Bigfoot, call it a strange animal, call it a guy in a suit if you want. But I know what I saw wasn't some normal animal. It stood too tall, moved too smoothly, and had a presence that felt unsettling on a deeply human level. I still get chills remembering the way it watched us as we passed. Not like an animal scared of a car's headlights, and not like a dumb creature caught off guard. It felt intelligent. Maybe that's the scariest part, that it seemed to be deciding how to react, like it had its own thought process going on. And we just interrupted its night. That feeling of being watched, of knowing I was inches away from something I can't explain, has stayed with me all these years. People ask if I'm sure it wasn't just some prank or a trick of the light. I know it wasn't. The feeling in my gut, the way my cousin and I reacted, the footprints we found the next day, all of it points to something real. And yet I have no proof that would convince a skeptic. Just some blurry photos of footprints, some broken branches, and my word, I've learned to live with that. I don't go around telling everyone this story, but when I do, I tell them exactly what I saw and felt. I don't dress it up, and I don't add weird details. The truth is scary enough. I never got a neat conclusion. The creature never showed up again, and I never found a logical explanation. I guess that's life sometimes. Strange things happen, and we can't always make sense of them. That night in August 2009, driving home on a back road near White Shield, I saw something I'll never forget. And I still have no idea what it was. It appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly, leaving me with a story I struggle to believe myself, but I swear, it really happened. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and every time I drive those roads at night, I can't help but glance at the ditches and tree lines, wondering if I'll see it again. So far, I haven't, and maybe that's for the best. Story 20. I'm not sure if sharing this is going to make me feel any better, but maybe someone out there has experienced something remotely similar. I've kept this bottled up for so many years that it almost feels like a dream, but I know it wasn't. It happened in February of 1981, and the memory is as unsettling now as it was back then. I was just a young researcher, fresh out of grad school, obsessed with anthropology and folklore. I was the kind of guy who read every obscure paper I could get my hands on, who spent weekends digging around in dusty archives, and who thought that the best way to understand a culture was to go straight to the source, no matter where that source happened to be. Back then, I'd gotten wind of a strange local legend from a small reservation in Southern California. I'm deliberately not going to name the specific place or the tribal group involved, because even after all these years, I feel like I owe them that much respect. Let's just say it was remote. I'm talking about a place that took hours of driving through bad roads and then even more time hiking up into some rugged terrain that tourists never bothered with. I'd heard rumors in a couple of obscure publications and second-hand accounts from older anthropologists who were always careful with their words. They talked about something in the hills, some creature that the local people didn't like to discuss openly. Some called it a wild man, others hinted it was a Bigfoot-like being. The details were always vague, and that was what drove me nuts. I wanted specifics. I wanted evidence. I wanted to see for myself. I contacted a local family I'd read about, people who were known to occasionally guide outside researchers with tribal permission. They were extremely hesitant, and honestly, I should have taken that as a sign. After some back and forth and promises to follow their rules, a younger guy from the reservation, maybe in his early 20s, agreed to guide me up into the mountains for a single day, on the condition that I'd ask no questions he didn't want to answer, and that I wouldn't bring a camera. At the time, I thought that last part was odd, but I was so focused on getting there that I didn't care. I figured I could at least take notes. Boy, that decision would haunt me. Not having a camera means I don't have any proof, and that still keeps me up at night. Anyway, we met at dawn in this tiny parking lot near the edge of the reservation. I remember the morning was cold, surprisingly so for that region. The sun was barely up, the sky was a faded grayish blue, and I could see my breath. The young guide looked nervous. He barely spoke a word to me, just nodded and motioned for me to follow him. He had this beat-up old pickup truck, and we drove for what felt like an hour on a dirt path that barely qualified as a road. The truck rattled like it was going to fall apart. Eventually, we parked in a clearing surrounded by dry brush and low trees that looked more dead than alive. The terrain was already getting rough, loose stones everywhere, steep inclines and deep shadows cast by the uneven ground. That's when the real hike started. We hiked uphill for a long stretch. I could feel the strain in my legs and back, and the guide kept glancing over his shoulder at me, as if checking if I'd drop behind or back out. The air smelled different up there, earthy, dusty, but also with a strange kind of musk I couldn't place. We were heading toward these dark, jagged canyons that the guide had mentioned briefly. He said something like, "That's where they say it lives," but refused to elaborate. When I pressed him, he just shook his head, gave me a look that said I should keep my mouth shut, and moved on. It was around midday when we finally reached this ridge that looked down into a narrow canyon. The walls were sheer and rocky, covered in patches of vegetation that looked wilted and twisted. A set of caves dotted one side of the canyon, small, dark openings that I would have never noticed if the guide hadn't pointed them out. He didn't say anything, just stood there, pointing silently. I remember asking him if we could get closer, and he shook his head violently, stepping back. He wouldn't budge. I saw fear in his eyes, and that unnerved me. This wasn't just a local legend to him. He genuinely believed there was something dangerous down there. At that moment, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the breeze. I didn't see anything unusual yet. but there was this heavy feeling in the air, like the atmosphere was thicker, making it harder to breathe. I decided I'd go a bit closer on my own. The guide didn't like that, but he didn't try to stop me physically, just stood there whispering under his breath. I couldn't catch what he said. It sounded like some kind of quiet plea. I took maybe 20 steps down toward the canyon, carefully navigating the loose rocks. The sound of my boots scuffing the ground seemed unnaturally loud. I don't know why, but everything felt too quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. Then I heard it, a low, distant grunt. It didn't sound like a bear or a mountain lion. I'd heard those before while camping in other areas. This was different. It was deep, resonant, and oddly human-like, but more primal. I froze, heart pounding. I looked back at the guide. He was shaking his head vigorously, motioning for me to come back up. For a moment, I considered ignoring him. After all, I'd come all this way. But then I heard what sounded like heavy steps, stones rolling under something's weight. It came from somewhere near those cave openings. I squinted, trying to pick out movement in the shadows. The sunlight was harsh, creating intense contrasts, making it nearly impossible to see into the darker spots. But I swear I saw something shift. A tall, broad figure, hunched over, blending into the rock and brush. It moved in a strange way, slow and deliberate, like it knew I was there and was considering what to do about it. I remember my stomach twisting into knots. I wasn't some inexperienced kid. I'd camped and hiked alone before, encountered wildlife, dealt with tense situations. But this was different. The silence, the guide's fear, the strange figure that didn't move like any animal I recognized. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a person living out there, some hermit or someone from the tribe playing a trick on me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. I crept a little closer, ignoring the sweat trickling down my face, the tremor in my hands. And that's when I heard a sound that I can only describe as a guttural hiss, followed by a heavy thump, like a large rock being dropped. I caught a glimpse, just a fraction of a second, of a shape ducking into one of the caves. It was tall, taller than any human I'd known, covered in something dark, fur or maybe just shadow, I can't say for sure. But the proportions were off. The shoulders were too broad, the arms too long. My brain fought to make sense of it. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something that shouldn't exist. I backed away, my legs shaking. I didn't run, but I moved as fast as I could without tumbling down the rocky slope. When I got back to where my guide stood, he wouldn't even look at me. He just started walking away, back the way we came, as if trying to put distance between us and that canyon. I followed him in silence. We didn't say a word the whole trip back to the truck. On the drive down, the tension in the cab was suffocating. When we reached the reservation's main area, a couple of older tribe members were waiting, their arms crossed. They gave me a look of pure disappointment or maybe anger. One of them said something in their language to the guide, and the guide just shrugged, looking ashamed. I tried to apologize, tried to ask what I'd done wrong or what it was I might have seen. They didn't want to talk to me. One of the older men spoke to me in English, but firmly and without any kindness in his voice. "You should go. This is not for you." That was it. No explanation, no closure. I left feeling like I'd trespassed somewhere sacred and terrible. The drive back home was a blur, and I remember feeling dirty and unsettled, like I'd violated some unwritten rule. For years, I tried to make sense of what happened. I told a few colleagues about it, but nobody believed me. They said I must have missing a bear, or maybe some trick of light and shadow. I knew better. Bears don't move like that. They don't hide in caves and grunt with such a human-like cadence. Plus, that feeling of being watched, weighed and judged by something intelligent out there in the hills, that feeling has never left me. A few years later, I convinced a friend of mine, also a researcher, to head back to that area with me. Not into the canyon itself, just to the edges of the reservation. I wanted to see if maybe I could talk to some folks, make amends, and learn more. I thought that with time, the tension might have eased. I was wrong. We barely got out of the car before a couple of younger tribal members approached us, faces hard and unwelcoming. They told us, flat out, that we were not welcome, and that if we tried to go past a certain point, we'd regret it. There was no subtlety this time, no quiet shame. It was open hostility. The friend I brought was confused, and I tried to explain on the spot that years ago I had come here and violated some boundary. That only made things worse. One of the men stepped forward and said something like, "You already ignored our warnings once. Don't do it again." We left, feeling rattled. On the drive back, my friend pressed me for details, but I found it hard to put into words what I'd experienced that day in 1981. Over time, I've tried to research that area and that legend more subtly, looking for old newspaper clippings or obscure testimonies. I found hints here and there, whispers of an unknown creature that the tribe had acknowledged privately for generations, but nothing concrete. None of it would stand up to serious scrutiny. People might ask why I didn't just go back on my own, sneaking in. I'm not that kind of person, and honestly, I'm too afraid. Not just of what I might find, but of what might happen if I break those rules again. The tribe seemed protective, not just of their territory, but of something else, something living there that they didn't want outsiders messing with. I've spent decades now wondering what exactly I saw that day. Was it really a Bigfoot, a feral human, some undiscovered primate that's managed to survive in those hidden canyons? Or was it something else entirely, something that defies easy categorization? I can't say for sure, and that uncertainty still haunts me. I know what I felt. I know the fear, the silence, and that weird, heavy feeling in the air. I know I saw something move that I can't explain. I know I heard sounds that still give me goosebumps when I think about them. The strangest part is how it all just stopped. After that day, I had no further encounters. I never again caught so much as a glimpse of that figure, never heard those unnerving grunts or hisses. It was like the land swallowed that secret back up, leaving me with only my memories and the uncomfortable knowledge that I wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. The tribe's reaction, the guide's fear, the look in the elder's eyes, those things tell me that what I stumbled upon was known to them, even if unspoken. I sometimes think about how close I got to that canyon and wonder what would have happened if I'd gone just a little further, if I'd pushed just a bit more. Maybe I wouldn't be here writing this. Maybe I would have gotten the proof I wanted, or maybe I would have never made it out. Who knows? After all these years, the only thing that's really changed is my perspective. I went in as a cocky young researcher, convinced that I could unravel any mystery if I tried hard enough. I left realizing that some mysteries don't want to be unraveled, and some places are better left alone. To this day, the memory of that dark canyon and those hidden caves still unsettles me. I don't have a neat conclusion. There was no big showdown, no final confrontation, no dramatic escape. Just a strange encounter that ended as abruptly as it began, leaving me with nothing but questions and a lingering sense of dread. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if whatever I saw is still out there, lurking in those caves, watching and waiting. And if it is, I hope it stays out there, far away from people like me, who should have known better than to go poking around in places we didn't belong.